guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students. That's according to Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem, who sent a letter to Harvard informing them that their ability to enroll foreign students at the university has been revoked.
Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university.
Noem says the university has not fully complied with all reporting requirements to DHS, including providing detailed records of foreign students' misconduct on campus. The Trump administration has already yanked millions in federal grants meant for the school. Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says his Make America Healthy Again report is a call to action for common sense.
It's common sense that not all calories are equal in nutritional value. It's common sense that over-medicating kids is dangerous.
It's a roadmap Kennedy believes federal agencies can use to reduce chronic childhood illnesses. At the top of the list was a poor diet, with an estimated 70% of U.S. kids' calories coming from ultra-processed foods. Other main points from the MAHA report include too many environmental chemicals in our food chain, lack of activity, and chronic stress, as well as an overprescription of medications for kids. Kennedy says the U.S. must act decisively to reverse the childhood chronic disease crisis. Nearly 400 books have been removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues.
The decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms had called for 381 books to be removed. A review carried out under new Defense Department leadership only identified 2 or 3 of those books that needed to be removed. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580. For 24-hour response, call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
The White House says President Trump is saddened and outraged about the deadly shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staffers in Washington. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the Justice Department will be prosecuting the case to the fullest extent of the law.
Hatred has no place in the United States of America under President Donald Trump.
Yaron Lashinsky and Sarah Milgram were gunned down outside the Capitol Jewish Museum shortly after 9 p.m. local time last night. A man identified as Elias Rodriguez was taken into custody in connection with that shooting. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi says the death penalty is a possibility. United Health Group stock lost 5.8% at market close Wednesday on news the company secretly paid nursing homes to cut down on hospital transfers.
The news was reported by The Guardian, which looked at corporate and patient records, court files, interviews, and whistleblower allegations. The practice allegedly saved the company millions but risked the health of patients. United Health denied the allegations, noting the Justice Department conducted a lengthy investigation and decided not to pursue the matter. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millions of holiday travelers will be enjoying cheap gas this weekend.
Gas Buddy says the national average for a gallon of gas will be about $3.08, which would be the cheapest Memorial Day gas since 2021. The gas price website says that adjusted for inflation, it could be the lowest Memorial Day gas price since 2003. AAA says over 39 million people will travel by car over the holiday weekend. That's up 3% from last year. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Papa, why can't we telegraph while riding a horse?
Son, there ain't no one to blame but Jeffro. He was riding old Betsy the Stallion, tip-tapping away at his telegraph, when blam! Ran right into the side of the saloon.
Well, if Jeffro can't do it, neither should you. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night interstate, I'm driving through the year trying to
All right, and that, my friends, is how we begin our Memorial Day weekend edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We've kind of made it a tradition. Hello to Wheelchair Dave if you're out there. He typically makes that request. Steve, don't forget. Memorial Day weekend is coming on, so welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Skies mostly clear. With the clear skies, we don't have a blanket of cloud cover. It's a cool night. You're already down to 50 degrees outside the secret bunker. It's not feeling very much like the unofficial kickoff of summer weekend, I'll tell you that for sure. Well, we got a full 5 hours coming your way here. Rolling into a Friday from time zone to time zone as we will turn the page on the calendar. 23rd day of May. Of course, we will break down your traveler's weather for the Memorial Day weekend. Today will be a very, very busy day on the highways, I'm sure. Those of you out there moving freight into the weekend are noticing there's a lot more traffic out here than you would typically see on a Thursday night. We'll start before we get to our traveler's weather right there. According to reports, people started loading up the cars and jumping on the planes across the country Thursday as the long Memorial Day weekend officially kicks off. Even as the aging air traffic infrastructure has kind of rattled the travel industry, the American people are expected to get away in record numbers this weekend. AAA predicting over 45 million people, a good 1.4 million the last year, will be venturing out at least 50 miles from their homes between now and Monday. And the vast majority of those will be traveling by car. The analysts who prepared the forecast weren't sure when they started the research if concerns about the economy might cause fewer residents to plan getaways this year for the unofficial start of summer, but that does not seem to be the case, according to AAA spokesperson. People are still feeling pretty good about travel. Some households and individuals may just opt to spend less money when they're on their trips, but temperatures over the weekend will be a study in contrast. Warm conditions across much of the South and West. Very cool across much of the Midwest and the Northeast. For those who are going to be going to the beaches there in the Mid-Atlantic, places like Ocean City or the Jersey Shore, it's going to feel far from the unofficial kickoff of summer. Meanwhile, you can go to the south, and there are places in Texas that are in the 90s and close to triple digits. Remember, keep an eye out for severe weather this weekend. In New England, an unusual May nor'easter continues to bring some rain, wind, dark skies this past day. Could even see a bit of snowfall in the higher elevations during the overnight hours tonight. Just like last year, about 87% of travelers will be driving to their Memorial Day destinations. According to AAA, about 39 million expected to take road trips. Many families find easier and cheaper than flying, obviously. You leave whenever you want. You can pack as much as you want in the car and make stops along the way. AAA's fuel tracker shows motorists can expect to pay less for gas this year. Average price this past day was about $3.20 per gallon for regular gas compared to $3.61 a year ago. Renting a vehicle and staying in a hotel may also cost less this year. The transportation data firm INRIX anticipates the worst travel will be during the afternoon and evenings. Drivers hitting the road this past day should have left before the noon hour. Those who are planning to depart today, Friday, should leave before 11 a.m. Now, on Memorial Day itself, they predict the most congested time on the roads will be from 4 to 7 p.m. Transportation Security Administration said they're expecting to screen about 18 million passengers and crew at airports between now and next Wednesday. Flights were expected to actually peak Thursday. Nearly 54,000 flights were scheduled. Airports are also obviously going to be very busy here on Friday. Air safety has become a factor for many travelers after the deadly mid-air collision in January of the passenger jet and the Army helicopter there in D.C. In recent weeks, we've seen flight delays and cancellations due to air traffic control shortages and equipment failures. Gary Anderson thought twice before he and his wife booked flights to fly from their home in D.C. To Dallas this past day to attend a relative's high school graduation. While the safety of flying has been on the back of our mind, the couple, who are both truck drivers, decided they didn't want to spend so much of their time driving. So we're going to try to eat some good food down here, and we're going to try to chill and just enjoy the graduation. Most major airlines said they're planning to reduce their scheduled domestic flights as we progress through the summer, citing an ebb in economy passengers booking leisure trips. Last year, the Friday before Memorial Day was among the record-setting days for the number of airline passengers screened at U.S. airports. AAA said they don't expect the holiday weekend to produce an air travel record this weekend. But an analysis of aviation data provider Cirium of tickets purchased through online travel sites for this weekend found 6% more bookings across almost 24 U.S. airports compared to last year. The U.S. travel and tourism industry is going to be watching during the weekend and the weeks ahead to see what might be in store for the summer travel season. Industry experts have warned anger about the administration's tariffs and rhetoric, concern about tourism detentions at the U.S. border, have made citizens of some other countries less interested in traveling to the U.S. The National Statistics Agency of Canada reported last week that the number of residents making return trips by air from the U.S. actually fell 20% in April compared to the same month a year ago, while return trips by car were down a full 35%. Across Texas, reservations for day passes and camping spots filling up at state parks ahead of the weekend. According to the director of interpretation with the Texas State Parks, stargazing parties were among events planned at parks across the state this weekend. Bolstered by its theme parks and nearby cruise port, of course, Orlando, Florida, tops the list of the most popular destinations for this weekend. The city's newest theme park, Universal's Epic Universe, which just opened this past day, of course. Long weekend's a good time to hop on a short flight to a big city, according to the elite economist at travel site Hopper. She said top searches for this weekend included New York, Miami, and Las Vegas. All right, as we said, we'll get to our travelers' weather coming up here. How are things looking tonight? There's not a whole lot really on the map showing concern. Still a lot of rain there in the northeast. The heaviest rains now north of New York City, but much of eastern New York. Heavy rains in the Boston area. Through Vermont, New Hampshire, and much of Maine tonight. Still have the lingering shower activity through parts of the Great Lakes in the Ohio Valley. Not a whole lot of storm activity. There are a few thunderstorms sparking some concerns there in central Texas. Looks like you may have a little bit of rain moving through the Dallas area here over the next couple of hours. But things are going to be changing dramatically from one day to the next over the weekend. There will be areas of severe weather to contend with. We'll break it down for you as we roll into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Coming up, we'll take a look at the actual Memorial Day forecast for Monday. But first, of course, we've got to get into the weekend and the millions of travelers out there. A very popular vacation area will be facing drenching rain and thunderstorms through the weekend here with inches of rain, raising the risk of dangerous flash flooding, according to AccuWeather. While some gaps in the downpours will occur, there is the potential, they say, for a foot of rain in some locations when all is said and done, with a few inches of rain per hour in some instances from parts of southeastern Kansas and eastern Oklahoma to central Tennessee through the weekend. As the ground quickly becomes saturated, runoff will increase exponentially, so we will then see sudden rises on small streams and surges along area rivers. A wall of water may blast through some of the narrow valleys, which are popular destinations for campers and summer homes in the Ozark Mountains. Small babbling brooks could become raging torrents of water in a matter of a few minutes. People are urged to avoid setting up camping in low-lying areas along small streams in this zone this weekend. The flash flood danger that could evolve into a life-threatening emergency. Rainfall since early April in much of that zone, the threat zone, has received anywhere from 150 to 200% of historical average. That means the ground is either saturated or close to being, and runoff will rapidly escalate given the anticipated downpour pattern. Memphis, Tennessee has picked up 20.52 inches of rain from April 1 to this past day. That's more than 10 inches above historical average. Springfield, Missouri, nearly 15 inches of rain compared to what would be a normal 8.6. Fort Smith, Arkansas was only about an inch below Springfield's total for that 51-day stretch. Low water crossings, which are common in this zone, could be dangerous due to the existing high water or the potential for streams to rise suddenly while attempting to drive through, along with the likelihood of flash flooding in the Ozarks. Rapid flooding in urban areas might occur with significant ponding on some area highways that drain poorly. Now, near and south, as well as west of that flood zone risk, severe thunderstorms will be on the prowl throughout the weekend. By early next week, The likelihood of torrential downpours and the risk of flash flooding may extend into parts of the southern Appalachians and perhaps the zone that is still recovering following Hurricane Helene back last September. Well, hello to Philly Dan on board TGIF. Have a great weekend, everyone. I think the Democrats are finally realizing Donald Trump is going to get what he wants done. The big, beautiful bill passing the House this past day, I presume, is what you're insinuating there. Hello, Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Everyone have a happy Memorial Day weekend. Jerry, what do you say? Listening to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, brought to you by Hot Shot Secret. Thank you, everyone, for everything you do for us. Tell them you love them every chance you get. You may never get another. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. Uncle Chops, howdy, Steve, and the Overnight Drive listeners. Looks like central Pennsylvania finally going to get a break from the rainfall. Morning, Steve. Dave checking in from Parsonsfield, Maine tonight, who says, boy, this weather is nuts. They're talking 6 to 10 inches of snow just north of Littleton, New Hampshire, and over into central and northern portions of Maine. So, yeah, they said we could see some snow, the higher elevations, but, yeah, 6 to 10 there along some of the peaks. That's crazy. We're 23rd day of May, for crying out loud. All right, Gary on board. Hello, Steve, and the overnight crew. Happy Casual Friday. Good morning to Kevin. Tank, good morning. Fabulous Friday. 72 here in McLeod, Oklahoma. Eastbound and down toward the home 20. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. On down the line we roll. Let's see. Buckeye Boy is on board. Hello from Bob in Michigan this morning. Trucker Bill checking in. Good morning, everyone. 45 and clear here in Edgerton, Wisconsin. On my way to Chicago for one more turnaround. Then it's home for the holiday. Have a great, safe weekend out there, drivers. All right, the Chicago Feeder is on board this morning. Sunshine, a.k.a. Jacqueline, says traffic is standing still. 71 southbound, southwest of Columbus, Ohio. All right, some of those earlier travelers, somebody may be getting tangled up there. So, all right, take it slow. Kind of figured that'd be the case. A busy night, going to be out there on the highways. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 53 degrees in Humphrey, Nebraska tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck loaded, and we're headed south to the Razorback. Then we point it back north and spur it home to the Weiss compound in southwest Missouri. Going to hang out with the hot blonde wife and several of my kids and their families. We're going to grill and chill. A super special, huge thank you and gratitude shout out to all of our veterans who have sacrificed so much, and from the American bull haulers. All right, it could be, Jacqueline said it may be construction there, south of Columbus. All right, saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. It's the midnight hour, TGIF, for the last time this week. Somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shed eliminator power mic is on 49 degrees in the far side of southwest Ohio. 91 years ago, today's date, May 23rd, 1934. Bonnie and Clyde met their fate. Texas Ranger Frank Hammer formed a posse of local deputies in Louisiana, staked out a roadway where the Barrow Gang was known to be. While the lawmen waited in the bushes, shortly after 9 a.m., a vehicle appeared, headed in their direction. It was confirmed to be Clyde behind the wheel and Bonnie in the passenger seat. Yeah, when the vehicle stopped, a local deputy fired one shot from his .30-30 rifle, striking Clyde in the back of the head, killing him instantly. As a result, Clyde's foot slipped off the clutch and the vehicle began moving forward. The posse, thinking Clyde was missed, trying to get away, opened fire with all their armor. Barr's fully automatic weapons, along with 30 rifles and shotguns. Within seconds, they were both shredded with a hail of bullets, killing Bonnie also in the ambush. They died the way they did, not because they were bad, because they were good at what they did. All right, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students. That's according to Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem.
Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university.
Noem says the university has not fully complied with all reporting requirements to DHS. The Trump administration has already yanked millions in federal grants meant for the school. Nearly 400 books have been removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues.
The decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms had called for 381 books to be removed. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When you're in injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Indeed, the phone line's open at 844-844-3388. Norman checking in from north central Kansas. The Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Looking forward to a few days off here. So everyone have a good weekend. There's Shorty, I-77 northbound. The North Carolina-Virginia line, 67 degrees. We are Columbus bound. 5-7, I guess up late tonight. Too early to be starting today. Copy of the mail. Go Navy. Hope all's going well. Jeffrey, good morning, Steve, and the Overnight family. Ready for another exciting show. From southern Florida, you never disappoint. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. There's Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday, hump day, whatever day. 3 days till we honor those who gave their all to keep us free. Definitely a lot more traffic than normal, Steve, and they're already testing my patience. Wow, got the regular run tonight. And since we haul groceries, they don't stop for weekends or holidays, so I'm on the usual schedule for tonight, Friday, and Saturday. Just a heads up, 71 South, past the Interstate 71-75 split in Kentucky, has some lane closures due to road work. But right now, clear, 53 degrees on 71 in Kentucky. Be safe out there and have a good weekend when you get to it. Thank you for the update. All right, so that's a confirmation. A lot of people traveling. Hello, Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio, 45 and clear enough to check out tonight's UFO activity. Okay. Little stargazing tonight, huh? Buckeye Boy from Ackworth, Georgia, 70 degrees. What a beautiful day this past day. Went over to Mom's, check out the paint job. They were doing a great job finishing things up. Mom and Sister Jane, we're going to start getting the house back together. My other sister, I'm going to join them today. Then Jane will head out around noon to go to Virginia, where her daughter and kids are. How about Congress getting the one big, beautiful bill through? So it's now off to the Senate. Now, I hope the Senate makes very minimal changes and get it voted on. So very sad about the young Jewish couple murdered in that cesspool of Washington, D.C. So much hate out there that's promoted and instigated by the left with no one being held responsible. Much respect and thanks to all who gave their lives to protect this great country this Memorial Day weekend. Have a great night, a better weekend, and as always, be careful out there. Indeed. Double Trucker 45, another rainy night in Lodi. My meat guy got cut up on the backup on 71 south of Columbus. So again, I'm waiting an hour for him to get up here. Looking forward to the long weekend, though. I'll check in later. Riding back to Western New York, fighting the traffic the whole way. I'll tune in via the home of free speech, Rumble. There's old Crip Shot in the house. Morning, y'all. Nice, cool morning here. Got the popcorn ready to watch and listen to the Overnight Drive. Good morning, Steve. And truck drivers, let them roll and be safe. From Wikipedia, Memorial Day, originally known as Decoration Day. Obviously one of the federal holidays in the United States for honoring and mourning the U.S. military personnel who died while serving in the United States Armed Forces. Observed on the last Monday of May each year, it is also considered the unofficial beginning of summer in the United States. It is a day for visiting cemeteries and memorials, to mourn the military personnel who died in the line of duty. Volunteers will place American flags on the graves of those military personnel in national cemeteries. Others, like family and friends, will also come to lay flowers and grieve on the graves of those who died serving the country. The first national observance of Memorial Day was May 30 of 1868, then known as Decoration Day, and observed on May 30th. The holiday was proclaimed by Commander-in-Chief John A. Logan of the Grand Army of the Republic to honor the Union soldiers who had died in the American Civil War. The national observance followed many local observances which were inaugurated between the end of the Civil War and Logan's declaration. Many cities and people have claimed to be the first to observe it. However, the National Cemetery Administration, a division of the Department of Veterans Affairs, credits Mary Ann Williams with originating the idea of strewing the graves of Civil War soldiers, Union and Confederate, with flowers. Official recognition as a holiday spread then among the states, beginning with New York in 1873. By 1890, every Union state had adopted it. The World Wars turned it into a day of remembrance for all members of the U.S. military who fought and died in service. In 1968, Congress changed its observance to the last Monday in May. Then in 1971, standardized the name as Memorial Day. Of course, there are two other days celebrating those who served or are serving in the U.S. military. Armed Forces Day, which was earlier in May, an unofficial U.S. holiday honoring those currently serving in the armed forces. And then, of course, Veterans Day on November 11, which honors all of those who have served in the U.S. armed forces. Memorial Day itself. All right, so while some of the best weather in the nation will be, say, from the Rockies to the West Coast, on Memorial Day, the Northeast is going to be chilly, but mainly dry. Downpours are likely to cause some problems for parades and outdoor ceremonies from the central and southern plains to the southern East Coast. Most areas from the Rockies on west can look forward to a nice day for the unofficial start of summer season with sunshine and a warm afternoon. Not expecting thunderstorms in this area, including over the rugged terrain of the Rockies, which is a favorite for many hikers. Most West Coast beaches should experience some sunshine during the afternoon after some morning patchy clouds and the fog burns off. An exception might be right along the coast of Washington and Oregon, with persistent clouds and some spotty showers. Heat begins to build over the deserts. Afternoon temperatures pushing the century mark. Further to the east, weather will not be so nice in terms of the warm and dry ideal. The Northeast continues the drying trend after soggy days on into today, Friday, with that rare late May nor'easter having dumped up to a few inches of rain on portions of New England, the Central Appalachians. It's unusually cool for this time of year, as much as 15 below historical average there. And that's going to continue through the first holiday of the summer season, along with some spotty showers over the interior Northeast. However, cooler weather is often preferred over the hot, humid conditions when you're attending parades. Much of the northern plains and parts of the upper Midwest will also be cool, but dry at least. Further south and west, weather will deteriorate significantly on Memorial Day. Rounds of showers and thunderstorms are going to ramp up early during the extended holiday weekend from the central and southern plains to the lower portions of the Mississippi Valley, and they will continue on Memorial Day. That goes into what we were talking about, the potential for flooding. Yeah, some locations may escape with little or no rain on Memorial Day, but people in those areas are going to be lucky if their outdoor plans proceed without problems from rain and possibly severe thunderstorms. Most of the severe threat will be on the southern and eastern edge of that persistent downpour zone, extending from central Texas all the way over to Georgia and South Carolina, soggy in the southeast. The main threats from severe weather Monday: dangerous lightning, winds strong enough to snap tree limbs, and hail large enough to damage vehicles. Cannot rule out a couple of tornadoes. Meanwhile, much of the Florida peninsula will be very warm and humid with only spotty thunderstorm activity, which is pretty typical there for late May. So although it's going to be warm, I guess dry conditions, great weather for those, I don't know how many, tens of thousands. Orlando being that top weekend destination for the Memorial Day travelers out there. There is, who we got on board?
Hey, Steve, what's going on? It's Buddy from over here in Maryland. How you doing?
Morning, Buddy.
Good, man. Been listening a long time and lost you there for a little bit until you launched the app and all that and reconnected. It's great to hear your show and get to listen every night till about 1 o'clock, and then I'm actually off on Friday, so I figured I'd start calling in on Thursdays.
How about that? So what, were you a listener back in the day from the other locale there?
Yeah, from the other station, and then actually my mom turned me on to your show years ago when you were on the other station.
Yeah.
And then it got shut down, and we were like, I wonder what happened. And so I started looking and found the app and had to call my mom and tell her.
That's great. So what part of Maryland you in? You up there near Horse Feathers or like the Baltimore area?
I think so. I'm in Harford County, which is about 30 miles northeast of Baltimore. And so I think I'm near him. I hear him call in, and I think we're in the same area.
How about that? Now, you just a late night worker, or you drive truck, or?
No, actually, I'm a pastor, and so my day off is on Friday, and so I get to stay up a little later on Thursday nights and get to listen in a little later.
Well, that's awesome. Well, if you've been listening for a while, hey, I got your number down. We got to get you a first-time caller code, buddy, and of course, we hope you will call on a more regular basis. I guess like on Thursday nights.
Yeah, man, definitely. I listen, and as I listen to people call in, I think a lot of us do this. We talk about what things are happening in this country, and it's important. But I also think it's important to look at the why those things are happening in this country. I'm a firm believer this country is founded on Judeo-Christian values. Our laws are based on it. I don't know if you've ever been to D.C., but it's written on the walls of our buildings in D.C. It's in our Declaration of Independence. It's in our Constitution. And you sit back and you just see the eroding of the laws in our country. I live in the county where Rachel Loren was murdered, and we got to hear more of the details of what happened there. And that family will never be the same. Their Christmases will never be the same. Birthdays will never be the same. Vacations will never be the same, because 7 million illegals were allowed in this country, and one of them destroyed a family. And I think it's important to see that the why the attack on this country is, the foundation of this country is Judeo-Christian values. And to me, that's where I see the attack happening. And you look and you stand back and see it daily. And I tell you, I'm in Maryland. I just happen, luckily, to be in a more conservative county, but Maryland itself is a mess. And so all I know to do is pray and talk about it and share it with others.
That's awesome. That's great. Yes, indeed. You're spot on. And I think right now this administration is doing what they can, trying to weed out all the DEI, the mess of. I've got several updates on that I'll be talking about here this morning.
Yeah, because you stand back and look at it and you think some of the things that are being promoted, some of the things that are, pushed in our country until this administration came in, it was just flat out crazy. It made no sense. And, we were so glad when Trump got elected and voted for him. And, you're starting to see things change. And I've been telling people, I said, this was such a mess for 4 years. It's going to take time before you fully see a lot of this turn around. But you're starting to see that happen, and that's a great thing.
Absolutely. Well, any big plans for your Memorial Day, or you're going to be on the job?
Sunday morning I'll be on the job.
Right. Okay.
But yes, Sunday evening we usually do the Memorial Day cookout on Sunday evening with the family and get everybody together, the in-laws, and it's always a great night. So it looks like it's going to be, low 70s around here in Maryland. So.
Well, thank you so much for checking in. Great to hear from you. Be watching your text messages here in a few days. We'll get you a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products. See how simple that is. First-time caller. Great to hear from Buddy. So when I first looked up at the screen, I saw that area code. I thought kind of anticipated horse feathers, but no, there's a first-time caller. All right, the president's sweeping tax and spending bill, the big, beautiful bill, clearing another hurdle this past morning as the House of Representatives delivered its assent. Of course, it was by the narrowest of margins, 215 to 214 with one abstention. The multi-trillion-dollar tax break package contains numerous elements of Trump's far-reaching agenda and has been delivered via an all-night session that includes extending the tax cuts that were passed in 2017, eliminating tax on tips, spending more on defense and border security, while making government health care programs more affordable, or I should say accountable. Now, the president has called his legislative bill the Big, Beautiful Bill. Now officially known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, and it was quick to applaud its passage. The president, obviously, failure is not an option. Failure means a $4 trillion tax increase, the largest in American history, at a time when voters are already paying too much for everything else. Senator Bernie Moreno of Ohio speaking out about passing the bill. So we have to make this tax reform permanent. So it's not a done deal. The sprawling 1,000-page measure now is set for the Senate, the Republican-led Senate, they are working on their own version. And if you're not familiar in the political arena, you'll have the House version of the bill. They'll send that over to the Senate. The Senate will probably undoubtedly make some additions and subtractions, and then the two have to come together. Both have to agree on the same piece of legislation. So whatever changes that would be made in the Senate would then again have to be approved by the House, but that's the process. But it's a big step passing the House and going to the Senate. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control, on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
So what's on your slate for the Memorial Day weekend? I know old Double R was planning to head to the campgrounds, but I think they're out there. They had that load that had to get there, you know? Yeah, we've heard that before. 844-844-3388 is our number. Yeah, when I mentioned with Buddy, they're trying to turn this country around. You know, one step at a time, with each passing day, more and more being done to try and straighten out the mess. I can take you back almost a week ago, where the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, released a memorandum requiring future admission decisions for West Point, the U.S. Air Force Academy, the U.S. Naval Academy, to be based exclusively on merit. No consideration of race, ethnicity, or sex. In the memorandum to U.S. military academies, Hegseth writes, the military service academies are elite warfighting institutions with long histories of producing world-class military officers. The department owes it to our nation, our service members, and our young Americans applying to the MSAs to ensure admissions to these prestigious institutions are based exclusively on merit. He explained that by selecting future admissions based on merit, the military would ensure that only the most qualified candidates will be admitted, trained, and commissioned to lead the finest fighting force in history. Selecting anyone but the best erodes lethality, our warfighting readiness. It undercuts the culture of excellence in our armed forces. Now, he then directed the secretaries of the military departments to certify within 30 days that there will be no consideration of race, ethnicity, or sex, and that admissions to the U.S. military academies will be based exclusively on merit. Now, according to Fox News, this will allow military academies to consider merit based on prior military service, athletic talent, performance at a military service academy preparation school, or other applicable experience. These departments must remain steadfast in their pursuit of excellence, never compromise the high standards. A strong officer corps is essential to ensuring the U.S. military remains the most lethal the world has ever known. All future admissions exclusively on merit. As should be the case. You want the best, the most qualified to be getting those positions, right? Much more to come. It's 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Security is being increased at sensitive locations connected to New York City's Jewish community after 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed in D.C.
A suspect's in custody and shouted "Free Palestine" while being arrested after the shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum Wednesday night. Authorities say 2 embassy staffers were shot and killed during a night out and they were about to get engaged. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's directing the NYPD to step up security at sensitive places connected to the Jewish community. New York has the largest Jewish population in the world outside of Israel. Adams says anti-Semitic violence has no place in our country. Scott Pringle, New York.
Nearly 400 books removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues are being returned.
Decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms had called for 381 books to be removed. A review carried out under new Defense Department leadership only identified 2 or 3 of those books that needed to be removed. Scott Carr in Washington.
Home Depot does not expect to raise prices due to President Trump's global tariffs.
During this week's earnings call, Billy Bastick, Executive Vice President for the big box store, had this to say.
In the marketplace, again, it's somewhat early days still, and I would just reiterate our position as I mentioned about not seeing broad-based price increases at the Home Depot.
CEO Ted Decker emphasized their focus on associates.
Because we know that if we take care of our associates, they will take care of the customer, and everything else will take care of itself.
While prices remain steady, some products may be removed from shelves because of the tariffs. I'm Liz Kennedy.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
New Jersey Congresswoman LaMonica McIver is not entering a plea in connection with an assault charge from an incident at a Newark ICE detention center.
The Democrat McIver had a virtual court appearance Wednesday after being accused of assaulting federal agents. This allegedly happened as agents were arresting Newark Mayor Ras Baraka at a protest outside Delaney Hall on May 9th regarding the ICE detention center. She tells MSNBC the charge is political intimidation from the Trump administration.
The chaos that you see was caused by ICE officials and Homeland Security. They created this unnecessary situation by arresting the mayor.
Scott Pringle, New York.
A new major study says women are over 10 times more likely to develop postpartum psychosis if they have a sister who had the condition.
Postpartum psychosis can cause hallucinations and paranoia and could be life-threatening if not treated. Researchers from Mount Sinai Hospital in New York looked at the cases of over 1.6 million women who have the rare disorder that occurs after childbirth. The new study has found a familial connection and says having a sister with the disorder sharply increases a woman's chance of experiencing it. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millions of holiday travelers will be enjoying cheap gas this weekend.
Gas Buddy says the national average for a gallon of gas will be about $3.08, which would be the cheapest Memorial Day gas since 2021. The gas price website says that adjusted for inflation, it could be the lowest Memorial Day gas price since 2003. AAA says over 39 million people will travel by car over the holiday weekend. That's up 3% from last year. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Another hour as we kick off a brand new day. What do you say? 23rd day of May. As we head into the Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, remembering those who paid the ultimate price for the freedoms that each and every one of us enjoy today. Good to have you along. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Got an email from our old friend No Handle Dave this past day. Sent me a link to a story which I had not heard about. He said, this would have been the cruise that I would have been on if we could have made it. Unfortunately, the morning we were heading out, we got a call from our son that my wife's father had passed away. Well, we had already checked our bags. We had gone through the TSA checkpoint, and we're making our way to the gate for our flight when we got the call. Luckily, we were able to speak to the gate agent, and he was able to take care of getting our bags back. and canceling our plane tickets. We're now working with Carnival to file a claim with the insurance, so hopefully when it's all said and done, we don't lose too much. Don't lose out on too much money for the trip. I'm not sure what would have happened if we'd got that call a few hours or even 24 hours later. My father-in-law's been dealing with health issues for the last few years. Doctor after doctor, test after test. No one knew what was going on. We did see him on Mother's Day. And less than 12 hours later, he was gone. Yes, indeed. I went ahead and kept my vacation time so I could be there for the wife and her mom, or the mother-in-law. They'd been married 52 years. So needless to say, this has been kind of tough on her. I think she's still in shock for the most part, but I think the last few days it's been kind of starting to set in, especially today when we brought his ashes home to her. If everyone could keep them in your thoughts and prayers, that would be very much appreciated. I got about 9 days worth of shows to catch up on now, so I hope I haven't missed too much. I'm sure in the next few days I'll be able to get caught up. We'll see what the future has in store for us with the helping to take care of the mother-in-law, but hopefully one of these days we can try and get that cruise in. But thank you for all you do, Steve. Drivers out there, stay safe. And hug those loved ones every chance you get. You never know when you're not going to have that chance again. We hear that every night. Don't take anything for granted when it comes to the ones you love. Now, I'll be back out here for the first time in almost 2 weeks today, so I'll be listening to podcasts all day. I wasn't real excited about coming back to work for 1 day just to be off again for 3. But I guess on the plus side, I only have to work 1 day this week, right? So sorry for your loss there, Dave. And yes, our friend Jerry there in Kokomo on a nightly basis makes that point. Tell him you love him every chance you get. But the cruise that he would have been on, this was the scenario that had unfolded. A Carnival Cruise Line ship rescuing 5 people from a small boat in distress last week. Carnival Paradise conducting the rescue south of Cabo San Antonio, Cuba. The company tells USA Today the ship departed from Tampa, Florida on the 12th for a Western Caribbean cruise. They were between stops in Key West and Jamaica's Montego Bay at the time. The 5 people who requested rescue were actually part of a larger group on board this small boat. The other occupants did not wish to join the ship, but they were given food and water by the ship's team. Carnival did not identify the people rescued. Following the rescue, though, the ship continued on its way to Jamaica. The cruise line notified the U.S. Coast Guard, according to their spokesperson. They're currently working with Carnival to conduct a transfer of the survivors to the Coast Guard asset. Carnival ships have rescued a number of people at sea in recent years. Carnival Radiance came to the aid of 25 people stranded in a small boat off Mexico's coast last May. Shortly after, Carnival Paradise saved some 28 Cuban nationals from a vessel that was adrift in April of that year. All right, so missed the cruise, but boy, things can change in the blink of an eye. Yes, indeed. All right, hello, Shorty. Just sent me a link from Thursday's Alex Marlowe show, where Senator Joni Ernst of Iowa was talking about wasteful spending on government credit cards, a.k.a. fraud, abuse, waste. She said the federal government, through GSA credit cards, has 4.6 million active credit cards and accounts. We have a little less than half that number in federal employees. She said a lot of card usage occurs during federal holidays and on days like New Year's Eve at nightclubs and bars. And on Sunday afternoons, say a big UFC fight or something on pay-per-view. And they've also got cash withdrawals at casino ATMs, all these taking place on government credit cards. She went on to say that about 500,000 cards have now been canceled. But that's an astronomical number, 4.6 million active credit card accounts. What the... All right. Waste, fraud, and abuse, some of this, it's been going on forever and ever and a day. Rolling into a Friday. Well, good morning, Captain Ron.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Hey, I just called in to fill in for Captain Ron. It's the Captain Ron impersonator. Just remember, it's one day closer to Monday, the greatest day of the week. Yes, that's right, folks, and this Monday's a special Monday because it's Memorial Day. Yes, for most of us is off, but we got to remember what the reason for the holiday is. Yes, those that have fallen in the line of duty to save us, to protect us in this country. It's not about the veterans that are living. It's those that gave the ultimate sacrifice. Please take a moment to remember them in your prayers on Monday, and every day for that matter. But just remember, we're one day closer to the greatest day of the week, Monday.
It's Captain Ron. I guess he'll be, do you know when his cruise ends, when he's going to be getting off the ship there? Because they did the Alaska thing. When all is said and done, I do believe, I've got next door neighbors that I think were on that cruise with Captain Ron. They had flown out like last Sunday. They were heading up, spent a couple days there in the Northwest, and then taking the Alaskan cruise. And I thought, I don't know how many various departures they have, but based on the timing of Captain Ron heading out versus when I'm pretty sure they're probably on the same ship. And how ironic. What if they cross paths, and just having a conversation, and Ron says, "Where are you from?" And they say, "Cincinnati." "Oh, really? You ever heard of Steve Summers?" They say, "Well, yeah, he's my next door neighbor." How do you I could imagine something like that possibly happening. Because it is, it's to some extent, as they say, it's a small world, right? 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Rolling up on 18 past the hour on a Friday. So here come the weekend. In the state of Missouri, officials have again extended an overweight allowance for motor carriers and drivers assisting with flood relief in the state. The emergency first issued back on April 5th following the flooding along the Merrimack River in southern Missouri. Early May, that order extended through the 14th. The most recent extension now, enacted on Tuesday, takes it through June 30th. This is the overweight allowance, allowing private and for-hire motor carriers to haul up to 10% more than their licensed weight, axle weight, and or maximum weight limitation allows on Missouri highways. Truckloads of rock, sand, gravel for flood relief, levees, and other public infrastructure as far as flood repair are all covered here. The guidelines that are in place. Drivers must obey posted bridge weight limits. When crossing a bridge, the driver must restrict the vehicle speed to no more than 30 miles per hour. Travel under this allowance is only allowed on non-interstate highways, and those taking advantage of the weight allowance cannot operate on any portions of the interstate highway system. So keep that in mind. Several states also providing regulatory relief as we've been following over fuel supply concerns. South Dakota, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa have all issued emergencies allowing relief from the hours of service for commercial vehicle and motor carriers transporting certain petroleum products. High demand, further distances to travel, and longer wait times at terminals among the challenges leading to these fuel supply issues in those states. As of Wednesday, the emergencies in Iowa and South Dakota are still in effect as we speak. All right, see what we've got going on with Eagle this morning. I guess you've dialed a couple of times, having a hard time keeping a cell again tonight, are you?
Yeah, I'm in a bad area. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. What's happening tonight?
Yeah, I got a couple things I want to talk about, Steve. I'll save that for last because it's a serious subject. The first thing I want to say, coming up on Memorial Day, the holiday, I probably won't make it back home to Texas until Monday. I probably won't make it back because I'm still out here on the road, so I'll probably be watching the races. I don't know, I heard something bad about Sunday, the Coca-Cola 600 in Charlotte might have rain in North Carolina on Sunday, so I don't know, that race might have to be canceled. I don't know until Monday. I'm not sure what they're gonna do about that. The weather, I think they got lights in Charlotte. They can run at night if they have to. But it's good for Kyle Larson. You know, if he is delayed at Indy and the 500, you know, that might give him more time to get over to Charlotte if it is rain delayed. You know, so that's one Kyle Larson might. But I don't know. Did you give a weather report about Charlotte tonight yet?
I mean, I'm not seeing rain in the forecast. A lot of cloud cover right now. They're not really showing rain till about Tuesday.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe I looked at the wrong report because I had seen something earlier saying that they were expecting rain on Sunday in Charlotte, but maybe I looked at the wrong report. But hopefully. Yeah, like I said, if they do, you know, they can run on Monday if they have to. So it's going to be a lot of action. Now, as far as I didn't get a chance to get back in last night, Steve, to talk about the IndyCar. I told you I think about the safety issue. I don't see. Hopefully nothing bad happens on Sunday, but if you go by, like I told you earlier, if you go by what's been happening over the last couple of weeks in practice and other things, you guys out there on the track by themselves, flipping over the car, going airborne, there's obviously a problem. And it looks almost similar to NASCAR, Steve. If you look at the bottom of a NASCAR race car and you look at the bottom of it, they damn near look alike. It's just a flat panel. For some reason, they think that that's better to keep the car. Yeah, it might be better for ground to keep the car on the ground when you're on the track. But once you're sideways, I see a different scenario, and it looks almost the same as NASCAR and IndyCar when you look at the races they had at Daytona earlier in the year when the car went up in the air, and you look, like I said, you could clearly see the flat bottoms on both of these vehicles. So, like I said, I don't know what IndyCar is doing, but obviously it's not working. They had at least 4 to 5, maybe 6 cars go over in practice in the last. So that's not a good sign for the race when you get over 30 cars out there on the same track and you running at 230, 240 miles an hour. One little mistake could be a disaster. Hopefully they got the catch fence high enough. Hopefully we don't want to see a car go into the stands. But at this point, anything can happen. And like I say, I'll be watching the race on Sunday, and hopefully Kyle Larson can pull in the victory lane. But like I said before, hopefully it's a safe race. But I don't like what I've been seeing over the last couple of weeks. And as far as NASCAR goes, the Coke 600, I usually don't even watch the beginning of the race because it's usually pretty boring. The first 200 or 300 miles ain't really much going on. You really don't see no action until about 500 miles till they get to the 450 or 500, because they run at 600 miles. So, the start of the race really ain't much going on. So it really doesn't mean anything to get the pole position and all that. So we'll see what happens at the end of the race. Anything can happen, in Charlotte. So I'll be watching the end of the race for that before I make my way back to Texas. Now, Steve, I want to talk to you about a serious subject right quick. Now, I know you don't like to talk about this, and you probably won't talk about it, but I've seen 2 similar accidents happen in the last 6 months, and it's not adding up. It's not adding up what I'm seeing, the damage from what I'm seeing by these small jetliner planes. Now, we had a plane go down in Philadelphia about 5 or 6 months ago, and they claim it hit the ground so damn hard it made a crater, and it almost looked like a war zone in the area where this plane went down. Cars, everything burned up. Okay, now today we have an airplane go down, small Cessna, go down in San Diego, California. They claim that it hit a home, but yet I see all this damage with over 15 to 20 cars burned up to the ground. It looks like a war zone, and it's hard to believe that a small Cessna plane can do that much damage in that little bit of a time. They don't have that much damn fuel on these planes. So, like I said before, there's something very strange going on. And just going by eyewitness, what one of the eyewitnesses said, he said that he heard the plane crash, but guess what? He said he heard an explosion after the plane crashed. After the plane had already made impact, there was another explosion. So, like I said, we put 2 and 2 together, and I've added it up, and it's not a good sign. So I know you're probably not going to talk about it, but it's something that needs to be looked into. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. As far as any sort of a conspiracy theory there, no, I don't see anything. It was a jet. It was not like if you're thinking of like a prop plane, like a small. It was a jet, and I'm not sure how many passengers. I think it could hold 10 or 12 people. And where they had fueled up, I think they had fueled up. Here's what I have. Yeah, they do know it was carrying a music talent agent and 5 others. They hit a power line in the foggy weather. bringing the plane down in a San Diego neighborhood, slamming into a home and killing multiple people on the flight, with the home engulfed in flames and the jet fuel rolling down the street. It was all that jet fuel, dozens of vehicles actually igniting. Residents in the neighborhood of the U.S. Navy-owned housing rocked out of bed about 4 o'clock in the morning with a thunderous crash and, yes, subsequent explosions. Outside the windows, it was kind of like a wall of fire. One witness says it's hard to describe the scene, but with the jet fuel going down the street and everything on fire all at once, it was pretty horrific. No one in the neighborhood died, but 8 people were taken to the hospital for smoke inhalation and non-life-threatening injuries, including a person who was heard climbing out a window of their home. Again, they've identified those individuals who were on the plane. One was the former drummer of, I guess, a heavy metal band, The Devil Wears Prada. I'm not familiar with them, never heard of them. But it is 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students. That's according to Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem.
Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university.
Noem says the university has not fully complied with all reporting requirements to DHS. The Trump administration has already yanked millions in federal grants meant for the school. Nearly 400 books have been removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues.
The decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms had called for 381 books to be removed. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, back at it here. Hello to the Tapeworm and checking in on a Friday. Another night, another overnight drive, he says. Be safe out there. You better brush up on your English and toss those flip-flops in the garage where they belong. There you go. All right, so I mentioned Double R earlier. I guess Double R's in the sleeper right now. Anita did check in. Hello, Anita. I guess you honked your horn as you went by the secret bunker. Said, good morning, just went through Cincinnati. Double R snoozing. Just wanted to say hi, all right? Safe travels. I know, you'd rather be at the campground, right? Hello to Rick in Columbus. Up and at him. Said he's doing all right. Spent pretty much the whole day at the hospital yesterday. All right, having some procedures done there. Finally got home about 5:30 in the afternoon. I guess she had some good-looking nurses, though. He said the eye candy wasn't bad. Hubba hubba. Very good. All right, let's see. Happy Memorial Day and weekend to all. Thank you. And, all right, back real quick to the plane crash this past day. Ever heard of The Devil Wears Prada? I know there was a movie of that title some years ago. The former drummer of that band was one of those killed in that crash after kind of sharing an eerie post in the cockpit. He and his talent agent perishing in the fireball there in the San Diego neighborhood this past morning. An Instagram post showed him at the plane's controls, and he wrote a caption, "Here we go." Yeah, shortly before the flight took off, he also posted a picture tagging Shapiro. Yeah, that was his talent agent, who actually owned the plane and used to work with the Christian metal band Williams drummed for years. He also posted a picture of the plane controls, and he wrote, hey, you, look at me. I'm the co-pilot now. But the band confirming the deaths posted a montage of photos of those two, stating no words. We owe you everything. Love you forever. Williams was seen boarding the Cessna 550 at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey late Wednesday night. Tracking data showed the aircraft with the tail number, blah, 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 took off at about 11:15 p.m. stopped for fuel in Wichita, Kansas, before continuing on to California. So at least 2 other STG employees perished in the crash, according to Billboard. Yeah, aside from being a music agent, Shapiro was an avid pilot as well as a flying instructor with 15 years of experience. But yeah, when you get, notorious for the incredible fog there. When you get in the fog, pilots will tell you, if that fog's, you don't know what your orientation is. Are we going up, down, left, right? It's just, your line of sight is gone. All right, let's see. It's 844-844-3388. Any smokers out there? Long-haul truck drivers spend excessive time on the road, of course. Because of this, they face significant health challenges due to physical and psychological stress, including fatigue, social isolation, time pressures. Studies show that long-haul truck drivers are twice as likely as those in other occupations to use tobacco cigarettes. Many smokers say that first drag on a cigarette really gets them going in the morning, while at the same time noting that stopping for a smoke break helps them relax, regardless of the individual's reaction to nicotine. Yes, we're exposing ourselves to harmful toxins, nicotine, carcinogens. Now, for long-haul drivers, the risk is amplified, they say, because of the confined space of the truck cabin. Research shows that carcinogen concentration in vehicles far exceed those in private settings. Despite the dangers, smoking in commercial trucks is only prohibited when hauling Class 1 cargo like explosives, Class 5 cargo, oxidizer and organic peroxide, and flammable materials. This leaves many in the industry, regardless of whether they're smokers, exposed to high levels of secondhand smoke. All right, there's a new research study. Objective measures of hair nicotine uptake levels and data on long-haul drivers have not been explored until now. They're saying your help is needed for a study conducted by the University of Alabama at Birmingham. The study exploring occupational exposures and health risks among long-haul truck drivers, tobacco smoke. Purpose of the research extends beyond assessing lung cancer risk. It also addresses truck drivers' limited access to health care. Due to the demands of the job, many truckers unable to seek timely medical care, leading often to delayed diagnosis. Reducing harmful exposures and improving their quality of life is crucial. And the first step is understanding the extent of the exposure, they say. This study, open to participants, both smokers and non-smokers who travel or live in Alabama, involves a one-time session during which each participant will provide a small hair sample. They're saying 10 to 15 strands from the back of the head, and complete a survey. The hair nicotine levels will be analyzed to assess exposure among smokers, former smokers, and non-smokers who spend at least 3 nights a week in their trucks, while also evaluating worker well-being. Participants will receive $50 for your time, along with access to the publication detailing the study's findings once completed. Findings may help shape smoking behaviors in truck cabins and smoking cessation strategies tailored toward truck drivers. Also support improvements in air filtration systems and promote routine cabin cleanings to reduce harmful exposures. Interested in participating? They've got a phone number you can dial for more information. Area code 256-431-0165. So those who live or travel through Alabama, what was that? University of Alabama, Birmingham. Okay. Thought I'd pass it on. Nice. It's 844-844-3388. Morning, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Or do we say, hey, Becky, Becky, Becky? Ooh, do we feel bad for Becky or what?
The groceries gotta move. Weekend, holiday, regardless.
Rain, sleet, or hail. Wait a minute. That's
the mailman.
Anyway, yeah, I think actually Becky does more of that than actually the guys with the white Jeeps with the blue and red stripes do. But anyways, so congratulations to her, and hopefully she has a safe and productive weekend and can get things done in a timely manner. So speaking of weekends and that, what is your nightly schedule for the beginning of the week next week? Are you going to be here for the greatest day of the week?
I'm off Memorial Day. That's a official holiday. So yeah, I'll actually that way I get to actually watch the Indy 500 and stay up in the evening to watch the Coca-Cola 600 and
all right.
Right. So then I'll be back Monday night, Tuesday morning.
All right. So I did want to say that supposed impersonator of the impersonator of Captain Ron there sounded like an impersonation of a bad impersonation of Charlie Farkinson. Did you happen to notice that?
You see some similarities there?
No, it sounded terrible. As I say, it sounded like a bad impersonation of Charlie Parkinson more than anything close to Captain Ron. So I don't know. Just maybe it was the static in my radio or something from the internet. I don't know. But anyways, what do we got going here? I had a whole bunch of things there. So yeah, I sent you that video there I found there on that San Diego deal. So saw that earlier. Do you think possibly there might have been a co-pilot at the controls of the plane? I mean, this is speculation. Now we should let's put the disclaimer in here. We are not to speculate before we get all the results of all the investigations, because speculation leads to bad things.
Yes, it does.
I started to do it, but it puts in the back of your mind when somebody puts photos like that out on the internet of who might have been in control at the controls of the plane, especially if the other one was an instructor. I hate to tell you where I started out in the cab of a truck, Your Honor. I started out in the cab of a truck probably about 12 or 13 years old on the farm, and I had somebody next to me that was a well-experienced driver that could very well have been an instructor of people to drive, and well, you got to start somewhere, but possibly, and even out on the highway before I had a permit, I had people that were, further ahead of me in school that, hey, you want to go drive the pickup on the back roads? Sure, let's go. So, I mean, have a lot of us probably done it? I was moving big trucks around and stuff. So it leads to people to jump to conclusions, and I don't think I'd be on the conspiracy side, but I'd be more on the inexperienced side. And as you say, if it's a foggy area, don't know what the weather conditions were myself, and if there was other circumstances that would cause for problems that would be above and beyond normal flight possibilities, and I guess there's
and what you're saying, because when he posted, look, I am the co-pilot, and the guy that was, that owned the plane was a trainer, and was he maybe trying to teach him how to land in possibly foggy conditions? I mean, who knows? I mean, they'll have to get that black box, and I presume with this type of a jet, they probably had one.
I would probably assume so, because as you say, it's it's a big enough, powerful enough type plane that
Yep.
goes along. And so, but anyways, I don't know. You brought up that thing there with the smoking deal there. And I remember way back in the days there when I first started with the fire department there, and I was amongst the crowd that was just starting to have an impact on their back pretty much at all times. Step off the truck and wear the air pack and not have the face piece on, not be breathing air out of the bottle, but have the air pack on and the face piece and everything there. So if the situation arises that you needed to have, self-contained breathing air, that, because you were in an environment that wasn't survivable, you could, don the mask and work on trying to breathe. And I can't tell you how many times that we be sitting there and we start mopping up after a fire, or, the first line guys or the older guys would be coming back and sit down on the tailboard of the truck and say, "Hey, give me a cigarette because I can't breathe." Somebody hand them a cigarette and they'd fire the old thing up there, and they would then the medical person would come over and give them an oxygen mask to start sucking some, straight 100% oxygen out of the little green tube. And they take and hold the oxygen mask in one hand and suck in the oxygen and blow it out, and reach up with the other hand and take a draw on the cigarette and suck the smoke in and alternate back and forth. And it's like, but yeah, I was in the class though. I got yelled at many a times by the old timers to put that blankety blank air pack back in the truck where it belongs, because you don't need the stupid things. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just carrying it around. I'm not using it, just carrying it around. And when we get ourselves in a situation where you need your rear end drug out of a building, then I'll be there to put my mask on or put my mask on you so that I can drag your rear end out of wherever we're at. And so luckily I never had to do that. There's many occasions it was done. But anyway, speaking of that, so while I was sitting there unloading my one load that I'm doing tonight, because I decided I didn't want to work all day today, because it looked like about a 4 a.m. to probably 6 or 7 p.m. type load for my other choice. And being around here in D.C., Baltimore traffic on a holiday weekend for Friday, I said, no, I'll do one load overnight and be good. But came across a posting on Facebook from Lobster. I forwarded it to you.
Yeah, you sent me the link, but it was not accessible.
Was not accessible. All right, so Lobster came across the truck that was at an exit on Interstate 80, I believe. I got to do this all by memory. You're asking a lot from me now, Your Honor. Oh, boy, you don't know what you're asking for. So anyways, he come across 80, and he's at an exit, and it's one where there's actually a medical center that would be using that exit. Truck's blocking the exit. Driver's laying underneath the driver. The operator of the vehicle is laying underneath the truck with 16-ounce water bottles trying to squirt them on a brake fire, which is now turned into a wheel end fire because the wheel seal's burned out, and of course the oil in the bearings and hub is starting to burn. So anyways, I guess Lobster's company supplies them with a pretty large size extinguisher, larger than what DOT requires. So he's able to help put out the fire. The operator of the vehicle, I'm not even going to say driver again, the operator of the vehicle, of course, does not speak well enough English to be able to communicate with Lobster. So Lobster goes up in the truck, finds the bill of lading, which finds out that it's shampoo, and he also takes the keys out of the ignition. So meanwhile, the fire department comes up and starts cooling everything down, and state troopers are arriving at some point, and in the process of all this, this operator of the vehicle has now retrieved a toolbox out of his truck, and he's working on backing off the slack adjusters to make sure the brakes are released so he can drive the truck on down the highway. And in that, as the trooper arrived, the Lobster gave the trooper the bill of lading and the keys to the truck and kind of explained the situation, and I guess continued on his way. He did say that he didn't inquire where he was from or what his eligibility was or anything like that to be in operation of the vehicle. But anyways, so that's all left in the hands of the Pennsylvania State Police and the fire chief. And I will say one thing, that when there's this operation like that happens and the fire department's called, the fire chief actually is the highest commanding officer on, whoever the fire official is with the highest rank is actually the commanding officer of the scene, even over the state police. And a lot of times they'll push it off to the state police because they don't want that type of continued responsibility, because they want to leave and get back in service. But the fire chief or fire officer in charge actually has control of it. So he could actually say over the state police that vehicle was not able to move or would be able to move until he releases it. But anyways, what I wanted to say was, was glad Lobster was there, glad they helped it out, glad it didn't turn into a more major situation, glad there wasn't an emergency situation that an ambulance actually had to get off the exit to go to the medical center to save somebody's life and transport. But so all that kind of worked out. But I will say that my boss got in trouble one time because he was in a truck that somebody else had used an extinguisher for the same type of situation and didn't realize that the extinguisher had been used.
Yeah.
And got an inspection, and of course got a violation for having a discharged fire extinguisher. And I do know of one other person that actually did the same exact thing and didn't get too far down the road and explained where it happened, and still got a violation for having a discharged fire extinguisher. So if you do something like that, it would probably be good to get a note from either the state trooper or the fire chief or the fire official in charge stating where you were at when your fire extinguisher was discharged and why, and signed by whoever in whatever district or whatever, so that if you don't get to the point of getting a new fire extinguisher or that one recharged before your next inspection, you don't want to end up with CSA points and your company mad at you and all that other stuff. But anyway, so I don't know. I guess that's about. Oh, hey, one last thing. So the Sun up in New York apparently found out that Jeep has this deal going on that is called Employee Pricing Plus. And I guess some of the vehicles, I don't know how it all goes. If you remember, Ford had that whole employee pricing thing, except for the Super Duty and the Expeditions and the vehicles I actually was interested in. But anyways, I guess Jeep has this Employee Plus program, and they were plussing. Some of them are going to be an additional $4,500 rebate on top of the employee pricing. So if anybody's interested in a Jeep, maybe you look into this. He got himself a Jeep Wrangler that is electric.
Oh boy!
He only drives 3 miles to work.
Yeah.
So
okay.
It's not going to be a big issue. They gave him the charger, so the only thing he has to do is get the electrician to wire it into the panel box. But he didn't have to pay extra for the charger. So I don't know if you're in a situation where you can use an electric vehicle, and as I say, he's only 3 miles from where he works. You go back and forth.
Sure, if you're looking for a grocery grabber, a tool around local, it's just when the time comes when you want to take that road trip or whatever. Yeah, you got to drive 700 miles. How many times you got to stop to charge? All right, hey, I'm not against them. If you want it, I'm for choice. If you want an electric vehicle, hey, that's great. Yeah, I'm more inclined to Stick with my internal combustion engine, right? All right, Eagle mentioned, weather. What's the weather looking like this weekend? The one place there's a better likelihood of precipitation is going to be Indianapolis rather than Charlotte. But we'll break it down for you. And back to your calls coming up. Got a Friday coming on here as we close out another hour. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The suspect in Wednesday's deadly shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staff members in Washington is being formally charged. Interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Washington, Janine Pirro, made the announcement.
Murder in the first degree for the murder of 30-year-old Yaron Lashinsky, a foreign official and official guest of the United States. Mr. Lashinsky was here on official business for the state of Israel.
Elias Rodriguez faces 2 counts of first-degree murder along with the murder of foreign officials and 2 firearm-related charges. Rodriguez was taken into custody following the shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, and he shouted, "Free Palestine!" while being arrested. The woman accused of sneaking onto a flight from New York's JFK to Paris last November is being found guilty.
A Brooklyn federal jury convicted 57-year-old Svetlana Dali Thursday after she pleaded not guilty to a count of stowaway on an aircraft. During a swift trial, she admitted she didn't have a boarding pass when she got on the fully booked Delta flight. Investigators say she evaded busy airport staff by using a lane for flight crew and mixing in with boarding passengers. Dali was arrested again just weeks later on a Greyhound bus from Buffalo to Canada while out on bail. She faces up to 6 months in prison. I'm Kristen Marks.
A study called VITAL is touting the anti-aging benefits of vitamin D supplements.
Dr. Joanne Manson, a preventive medicine expert at Harvard Medical School, tracked 50,000 people over 50 for 5 years and found that vitamin D supplements may help slow down biological aging. The study shows vitamin D seems to protect telomeres on your chromosomes that shrink as you age and are linked to heart issues, cancer, and other chronic medical conditions. Good natural sources of vitamin D, she says, include fatty fish, wild mushrooms, dairy products, orange juice, and sunlight exposure. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare.
Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
2 people are dead and 8 injured after a small plane crashed into a military housing neighborhood in San Diego.
The Cessna 550 on its way to Montgomery-Gibbs Airfield at 3:45 a.m. crashed into a Tierra Santa neighborhood home to 2,300 military families. It hit 10 homes along Sample Street.
We do have a clipped power line behind us. NTSB and FAA are looking into that to see if that was part of the problem as it came in.
San Diego Fire Rescue Assistant Chief Dan Eddy saying it initially appears the 2 people on the plane who died were the only ones on board. I'm Jack Cronin.
Target says price hikes are the very last resort for offsetting tariffs.
The comment comes despite the retailer reporting weaker than expected sales in its first quarter. According to Target's CEO, the company has many levers to use in mitigating the impact of tariffs. Major retailers appear to be treading cautiously around the question of price hikes after President Trump slammed Walmart for warning that shoppers could pay more due to tariffs. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A national theater chain is offering $1 movies to keep children busy this summer.
Welcome to Regal Cinemas.
Regal Cinemas has over 400 multiplexes across the country with over 5,700 screens. This week, the theater chain announced its Regal Summer Movie Express, which will offer family-friendly movies on Tuesday and Wednesday mornings for only $1 a show. The summer lineup starts June 10th with showings of Puss in Boots and Sing 2.
Enjoy the show.
I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we roll on into a Friday. All right, Larry got your message there a few minutes ago. I presume that's what you remember this Memorial Day weekend. I will share that with the audience coming up here shortly. All right, first, Eagle was questioning, how's the weather for the racing action? Kyle Larson, of course, checking the weather forecast as closely as any of his instrument panels this week. In Indianapolis, as he attempts the Memorial Day weekend double for the second straight year. The 2021 NASCAR Cup Series champion hopes of completing the Indianapolis 500 at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Cup Series Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte. Last year, that was dashed when both races were affected by rain, and weather could again be a factor. The National Weather Service in Indianapolis is predicting afternoon showers on race day with potential thunderstorms. Now, it has been changing day by day. Some days it'll look a little worse, and then the next day you'll check and it looks okay, according to Larson. Of course, we're in the Midwest in May. It could be 80 degrees and sunny, or it could be raining its ass off. Last year, the Indy 500, of course, was delayed for about 3 hours after Indy picked up nearly 1.5 inches of rain. It was the third heaviest rain ever for the Indy 500. Now, the rain chance for the scheduled race window Sunday at Charlotte Motor Speedway is just 18%. So if they have delays at Indy, and if memory serves, I think, didn't the boss man say delays in Indy, our focus is going to be the Cup Series, NASCAR. If delays look like it's going to possibly make him late, we're going to just have to exit the race here at Indy to get to Charlotte, because he was late getting to Charlotte last year. So that's where things stand right now. But again, it could change between now and then. Morning, Plowboy.
Well, good morning, Steve. I got a quick question on you, sports related. Gilligan has not got a hold of me. I bet on every one of them damn Oscar Mayer hot dogs. And who won? Do you have his latest sports?
Oh, that's today. Today is Friday.
Oh,
the Weenie 500 comes up at, I believe, 1:45 this afternoon. I think they did get out there and do a little practice lap this past day.
Okay, all right.
Don't be looking for a lot of speed. Yes, Friday, 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. I guess you can find it live at IndyCar on Fox. I think that's the app or something. They said they did say they're going to stream it live on Facebook here as well.
Oh, sweet. That'll be good. All right. Well, back to the real issues. Dang. I was hoping I'd been counting my money by now. But all right. Thank you. Hey, Steve, I just heard your newscast. And I'm madder than hell over these two Jewish, ambassadors or whatever. Okay. Reason why I'm madder than hell is this, sir. I heard the charges that was being brought up against them. I heard two that should have been first and top of the bill, but were not ever said. Had that been in reverse, well, we not had two charges of hate crime. I didn't hear a damn word about hate crime. Have you?
I did see somewhere yesterday that I thought Homeland Security was looking at it, or maybe Kash Patel was looking at it as a hate crime.
Okay, all right. But when I just heard the charges here a bit ago, so that's the reason why.
I guess murder right now. I guess maybe more charges may be forthcoming. I don't know how that works.
Right. Yeah. Surely there's an open window on that. It just unbelievable. Really, it is. But I will have to say this: thank President Trump and the administration. I see where they're going to keep all these. Am I reading this right? All the foreigners that want to go to your Harvard is not going to be allowed to come over here?
Correct.
I hope that should really be for every university. Because if you look at it, how many good students should be going to these universities backed by your dollar, my dollar, everybody else's dollar, and or scholarships that should go to the red, white, and blue Americans. It just really porks me to no end. Well, they're going to become a doctor. I don't give a care. I don't give a rat's ass. Heck, go to Tehran, go to some other school, and learn whatever you. Hey, you want to learn to hate America? I imagine they teach hate America classes in Tehran. I just suppose they think we're the devil anyway. So, on and on. But I just can't. And just think of all the tax dollars. But think of all the hate. Do you happen to catch where Pete Hegseth is going to have what? Some type of a prayer meeting being conducted in the Pentagon that he's coming, all rashes of the left are coming against him. Rachel, trying to think of her name. She's an ex-colonel. Yeah, that's what she is. Ex-colonel, and she's got a lawyer degree and all this. And she's throwing all crap at him over this. I'm sorry. We need to pray for our military every day of the week, every minute of every hour. We can't stop praying for our military, our law enforcement, including Pappy and your son, because it just doesn't make sense not to. But I just can't. Anybody wants to take a prayer out? Hey, you can go to another country. Go to another country of your choosing. I'm sorry. We were a Jewish Christian nation. We don't like it. I'm waving at you. But, Steve, I'll tell you, have they pulled my hair sample at UAB? Yeah, they're not going to like it. It's either caffeine or nicotine.
Okay.
I'd already do the study because I'm sure this won't be the first time it's said. If it wasn't for the nicotine and the caffeine, I probably might be in the prison system somewhere, because all the crap we put it through out here day after day, even when you're working a yard job. Yeah. There's times I've had to walk off and have a couple of cigarettes before to keep me from, wiping somebody out in their day. But that's one reason why I don't listen to the wannabe station. Because they came out with that damn joke, Steve, called Rigs Without Cigs. I'm sorry. Rigs Without Cigs, parked, my opinion. And I've seen, and we talked about this, 2 or 3 years ago? Remember Scotch lawn material? I applied for a job. Now, not really a job, but was too. And that was one of their deals. If you went to have a PP test and it came back and showed nicotine, you were not going to be hired. And if you were on the job and it came back with nicotine, you were going to be fired. I don't play that game. But I don't know. What's your temperature for this great Memorial Day weekend, sir?
We're on the cool side. We're only going to be, I think, in the 50s, maybe 60s at best.
We do, yeah. Our Oceans of Fun is going to be closed for Memorial Day. They ain't even open it up. They're saying it's too damn cold up here in Kansas City.
For the water park. Yeah, normally like the swimming pools, the city pools, the YMCA, they all open on Memorial Day. I don't see anybody going to a water park this weekend, and no, I haven't even attempted to drain the water off the top of the cover on my pool. All right, so a couple things Plowboy brought up there, and as far as the charges against that shooter, yes, they are still looking at additional charges. I won't bore you with the whole story, but of course the shooter said, I did it for Palestine, I did it for Gaza. Yeah, admitting that the killings is a targeted act of terrorism. All right, let's see. That prompting the Israeli missions to beef up their security and lower their flags to half staff. As Israel pursues another major offensive in the Gaza Strip right now. But the charges of murder of foreign official and other crimes, he did not enter a plea during the perfunctory court appearance. Additional charges are likely, prosecutors said, as authorities continue to investigate the killings as both a hate crime against the Jewish community and terrorism. Violence against anyone based on their religion is an act of cowardice. It is not the act of a hero, according to Jeanine Pirro. Anti-Semitism will not be tolerated, especially in the nation's capital. But yeah, this young couple, they were about to be engaged, apparently. Those who knew them paid tribute to them as warm, vibrant, curious individuals dedicated to promoting peace, aspiring to bridge cultural and religious divides. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure hate crime charges will be forthcoming there.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right. Our old friend who always likes to say good afternoon, hammer down, that's Larry. Yeah, he sent me an email. He says, what I remember this weekend. And shares the story from military.com, which reads, the President of the United States of America takes pride in presenting the Navy Cross posthumously to Lance Corporal Robert Edward Monahan, U.S. Marine Corps, for extraordinary heroism while serving as a fire team leader with Company D, 1st Battalion, 9th Marines, 3rd Marine Division, Fleet Marine Force in operations against the enemy forces in the Republic of Vietnam, May 28, 1967. During Operation Prairie 4 in the Quang Tri Province, Lance Corporal Monahan's platoon was dispatched to reinforce a platoon heavily engaged with an estimated company-size unit of North Vietnamese Army regulars. Approaching to within 100 meters of the besieged platoon, his unit came under heavy automatic, small arms, and mortar fire, which seriously wounded the point man. Unhesitantly, and with complete disregard for his own safety, he ran more than 30 meters to the side of the wounded Marine and assisted him to safety. Upon returning to his position, he observed 2 wounded Marines lying in a path approximately 55 meters away. Although the enemy is entrenched positions to the right of the path, was throwing satchel charges and grenades, delivering machine gun fire directly over the wounded men, Lance Corporal Monahan and a comrade volunteered to go aid the men. Courageously moving forward, he dived for cover as he was hit by machine gun fire. Disregarding his painful wound, he continued forward, and upon reaching the wounded Marine's positions, found that one had succumbed to his wounds. After quickly rendering first aid to the other Marine, he exhibited exceptional courage and fortitude, picked up a machine gun, rose to one knee, and accurately fired a heavy volume of concentrated fire on the enemy bunker, killing 3 North Vietnamese and silencing their machine gun. During the vicious exchange of fire, Lance Corporal Monahan was mortally wounded. By his dauntless courage, bold initiative, and selfless efforts on behalf of his fellow Marines, Lance Corporal Monahan served to inspire all who observed him and upheld the highest traditions of the Marine Corps and the United States Naval Service. He gallantly gave his life for this country. All right, Larry, I see what you, and I'm not sure if he's related in some way, relative, but that is what this extended weekend is all about. Memorial Day, remembering those who gave all, putting yourself in harm's way to try and preserve the freedoms of the United States. All right, good morning, Vic. How we doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday. I'm doing pretty good there. Actually, you talked about Vietnam there. I don't know what happened, but I had a lot of different memories back then. And when I was having treatment there, was from where my grandson's dog kind of had an argument with me. I don't know, it released some memories way back when that it kind of got upset, and I listened to that, and it didn't upset me that much, but it drags up a lot of memories when you think about that. A lot of stuff that went on, and when all this negotiation today is going on, I didn't realize it until about a week or two ago when we supposedly left Vietnam with honor, and all the American forces left. They left the North Vietnamese in place in South Vietnam, and and Kissinger didn't say very much about that. But essentially, we just surrendered and walked out of there for all the destruction and everything else that it cost to this country and families, and it's pretty annoying there. And whenever you have Trump kind of coming along here and looking at a lot of this stuff and trying to stop these wars and end these casualties, I hope I hope the negotiations turn out pretty good. And right now, it's like over there in Russia and Ukraine, they've talked about the Pope getting involved. Well, Pope's a Roman Catholic, and Russia and Ukraine, they're both Greek Orthodox. So I don't know how that might work out with them very well over there. But and then talking about Israel and Hamas there, or Palestine, and all that has went on there, you know, these universities here in this country, especially the presidents of them and the professors, everything else that comes up, they said, well, you know, you need sensitivity training. Well, I think there's a lot of people that need sensitivity training. They should have to watch, number one, the movies and everything that went on that Hamas did in that October, 7th raid and everything they did to that. And the other thing is, these are university people. They apparently have not studied much history, and informed the students exactly what, how that all came about, because the Ottoman Empire, then there was the British Mandate, and then there was Israel formed, and it was the Palestinians that refused the two-state movement. Well, I don't know what's going on there. Anyway, the big thing was that this person that killed those two people outside the Jewish embassy, or the Jewish Museum.
Yeah.
I think one of those were, maybe one or both of them were actually of the Christian faith. They weren't of the Jewish faith. But there's an old organization, and I believe it was called the Foundation for the Freedom of for the Free Palestine Movement, or something like that. And that goes back to whenever some of the Arab states were actually wanting to support the two-state movement, and there was that terrorist organization. They actually wanted to assassinate the Arab oil ministers that were supporting that two-state movement, and the person they sent to assassinate him, instead of assassinating him, he wound up just taking a ransom from them. So he allowed them to ransom out, and then he ran away with the ransom money. That's kind of sketchy, but I forget the exact details. And that happened, I think, back in the 60s, somewhere into their 60s or 70s, because he was also known as Carlos the Jackal. And they used to blame a lot of things on him. He was supposedly the assassination that assassinated Martin Luther King. I think a lot of people used him as a kind of a cover. I mean, he was an actual person, but he was in a lot of places at the same time.
Right. Hey, but we have to pause there, Vic.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Harvard can no longer enroll foreign students. That's according to Homeland Security Chief Kristi Noem.
Any foreign student that wishes to get an education in this country that is attending Harvard and not participating in this criminal activity, they will have to find another university.
Noem says the university has not fully complied with all reporting requirements to DHS. The Trump administration has already yanked millions in federal grants meant for the school. Nearly 400 books have been removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues.
The decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms had called for 381 books to be removed. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
In today's troubled world, our USA Armed Forces stand ready to protect you and our American way of life. When veterans return to civilian life, they deserve your recognition and support. You can help put vets to work by donating your car, truck, or van to Patriotic Hearts. Your donation will directly support programs to help vets find jobs or even start their own business. Donate today for fast, free pickup of your vehicle, running or not. Operators are standing by to answer questions about making a tax-deductible vehicle donation. Find out how you can make a difference in the life of a United States veteran. Call 800-209-4580 for 24-hour response. Call 800-209-4580. 800-209-4580. That's 800-209-4580.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Okay, right back at it here on a Friday as we turn the page on the calendar, 23rd day of May. Memorial Day weekend upon us. All right, Vic had to take care of business there.
Yeah, thanks for holding me over. Because before I get back to what I was talking about there, you was wondering about Indianapolis. Today's Carb Day. The grandstand is sold out, so they will televise it here in the Indianapolis area. You can still get tickets to the infield, I guess, and they still have the terrorist things in order going into the, like with carrying coolers and one thing and another. I'm not exactly sure what all the regulations are, so I'll just mention that real quick.
But the grandstands are actually sold out for Carb Day. I mean, I know they said that the race itself was sold out. Man, there's a ton of people in town.
No, yeah, there are, but they're here for a lot of other things. No, not for the Carb Day, for the actual race.
Okay, for the race. Gotcha.
Yeah, but I don't know. It's like you say, it's the Midwest, how they're going to get the carburetors adjusted on Friday and be good for Sunday. I don't know. And I'm not even sure which fuels that they run now anymore, if they still run the methanol or what. But that's, that could be a problem if it's rainy that day, because methanol and water don't, mix too good. So I guess they'll get it all worked out. But, see, we've had, there was the basketball team, the Pacers, and anyway, I think they were having some type of tourney, and there were 2 or 3 other things going on there. So, it's going to be a pretty busy weekend here in Indianapolis. Of course, I'm actually leaving town, so I won't be here for that. But what I was talking about there was the deal with Trump and everything. everything that the Democrats did to try to get Joe Biden elected and everything else, and maybe the plan was they knew Biden was in poor health, they'd get him in. He was to resign and turn it over to Kamala. So whoever kept Joe Biden in office, we should give them a medal, is all I can say, is because at least they didn't get, Kamala didn't get in there, and Lord only knows who she would have appointed as vice president or tried to get in there. And the lawfare thing, the more they tried that with the Trump, the stronger he got. And that pretty much guaranteed him to be the 2024 candidate. And when he came back, he pretty much had his team in place. And he I was kind of a little bit miffed about him getting off. I was curious who got him off on this tariff kick, whenever the big thing was to try to settle the wars and get all the waste, fraud, and abuse out of the government. And it seems like he's beginning to kind of hit the stride on that. And everybody's getting on board. And I don't know if you've seen that, to where some church that claimed they were treating people for different drug addictions and alcoholism, and they hadn't been doing anything, and it was all fraudulent. And I forget how many millions they'd ripped off Medicaid for that. And I imagine they'll find a whole lot more of that. You were just mentioning the credit card deals.
Yep.
By the time they get done looking at everything, maybe that big, beautiful bill that they're talking about won't really be all that necessary, as far as, taxes, and even a tariff might not be quite that much. But the big thing is with Trump right now, if he can get these wars settled, that's going to be, I would have to say, probably one of his biggest things. And the fact that he is more concerned about civilians getting killed and some of this totally irrational, both wars, both Israel and Hamas and Russia-Ukraine, they're totally irrational, but that's pretty much true with both of them. But the big thing with Israel and Hamas is Hamas keeps trying to stay in place. And they've tried that before, and it doesn't work, because there is something about the Palestinians, the other Arab states, won't get behind them and support them, as far as, giving them more room to live, or whatever you want to say. They keep talking about the two-state solution. But then when they talk about the two-state solution, they want Palestine to still continue to destroy Israel. And with that mindset, it doesn't make any difference whether it's a two-state solution or a terrorist or anything else. They will never have peace over in that part of the world. It's just that simple. And that mindset has to be destroyed, and the only way I can see it being destroyed is by destroying all these different terrorist organizations. And that's why I was thinking there, the big fuss, remember the big fuss about the Qatari jet and everything? Well, the Qatari people, I don't know why they wanted to give that jet to the United States or whatever, but it'll be gone over, or, how much would have to be done to it. But the big thing is Qatar, that's where ISIS had their banks. And if Qatar is now saying that, hey, we want to be friends with America, and they start cutting off the funds to ISIS and all these other banks, or all these other terrorist organizations, we could be on a track to actually have peace in the Mideast. And I don't know if maybe that's why other people look at it like that, and they're making such a big fuss over that jet that they want to give us. But refusing a gift from people in that part of the world is kind of considered an insult. So I don't know why they wanted to give it. It is an odd gift, but it's all done legally and everything else. And to me, it just says that Trump is making progress on the peace fronts now.
And if he can get things settled there, of course, as they say, between Israel and Hamas, Saudi Arabia is talking about possibly coming back to the table, discussing the Abraham Accords, re-implementing relations with Israel. Trump made great progress in his first term in trying to settle things over there. Of course, during Biden's 4 years, everything went to hell in a handbasket again. But all right, Larry, thank you so much. He confirmed to me that the gentleman that I shared the story from him, that what he remembers on Memorial Day weekend, that was actually his cousin. And Larry said he was only 8 years old at the time. But so kind of remembering what would be considered a hero, his cousin. And Knucklebuster, Semper Fi, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Semper Fi, Perio, that Marines family there, and we appreciate his service and the sacrifice that he made. And, there's a line from a George Jones song that says, I've had choices since the day that I was born. I heard those voices that told me right from wrong. If I had listened, I wouldn't be here today, living and dying with the choices I've made. He made a choice that affected a lot of people there, Hey, Vic, as far as sensitivity training, I don't think I need any. My daughters told me when they were teenagers that I was rude, crude, and socially unacceptable, Steve. You think I'm still that way today?
I plead the fifth.
I know that's right. Well, talking about that jet fuel now, I'm telling you, we used to use that JP5 jet fuel to clean them injectors up on them old deuce and a half and 5 tons there. So that was long before Hot Shot Secret. And came along with Stiction the Eliminator.
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad bump. Well, don't forget this weekend when you go to Waffle House, you'll be able to fast charge your electric vehicle during your next Waffle House brawl. See, so yeah, you know it has 6 hooters and half her teeth.
What, the Waffle House waitress team?
Yeah, third shift. Yeah. Now the first two shifts are good, And I got news for Horse Feathers there. A black box means she's a natural blonde. They're talking about that black box on that airplane there, right?
Yeah.
You ever wish you had your fire chicken back?
I do kind of miss it from time to time.
Well, that's good. I read on the drive this Plymouth Superbird sold for $1.6 million in 2022. And somebody just bought it for $418,000 at auction. Somebody lost money on that deal, didn't they?
Right.
Yep. Well, that's all of my bull on it for this go around. I call back that loneliest hour. Oh, and the weather this weekend at my house, mid-70s, partly cloudy to partly sunny with a 50% chance of afternoon showers and thunderstorms. So it does that every Memorial Day there. So we'll call back later on, brother.
Thank you much, Knucklebuster. And what do we have here? Rubber Duck. Good morning from beautiful downtown Matson, Illinois. Babysitting half a pizza, one Nissan, and waiting on one Toyota for Joliet about 9 o'clock in the morning. There you go. All right. So got a couple cars, not a whole lot moving, you say, as of late. Hello, Dirty Harry, who always says, gooder morning, everyone. Hope all is well. I'm doing better. Getting stronger with each passing day, but he says, I can tell you, pneumonia sucks. No doubt about that. See what's going on with Daryl this morning. Hello, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker on this Memorial Day weekend?
All doing well, doing well.
I understand you're not diving into the pool at 58 degrees.
That would be affirmative, right? I mean, what? Yeah, I mean, we're down to 45 now. When you get these nighttime lows like this, the water is just absolutely freezing cold. It ain't worth taking the cover off and start. All you're doing is dumping chemicals in, costing money for nothing.
Well, it's not doing any good for corn, soybeans, and tomato plants either. This Memorial Day weekend, I remember Milburn Lovelady. He helped my dad on the farm, and I was 4 or 5 years old, and he called me Cotton Top, sent me a 1-penny postcard from Fort Chaffee at Fort Smith, Arkansas, and then became a B-29 tail gunner and was shot down by the Japanese over the Pacific Ocean.
Wow.
And I always think that he died so that I could be free. And I've never failed to stand and pledge allegiance or honor my flag. I always have a U.S. flag flying in my front yard, and underneath that I have a Christian flag that flies because I've been a minister since 1965. And I remember when your boy was overseas and some of the strain in your voice at night when you were talking about the war. And then I had a great-grandson at the same time in Iraq with the 101st Cavalry. Have you ever been to Arlington Cemetery, Steve?
On my high school senior trip, we went to D.C. and yes, we got to go to Arlington Cemetery. Got to see the changing of the guard, the Tomb of the Unknown. Got to see a lot of things. Yes.
I never experienced anything like that in my life. To see all those white crosses,
yes,
from miles across there. That was General Robert E. Lee's farm, and the house is still there. And they took it and made that Arlington Cemetery out of his farmland. And I think of the cost that he paid for. Somebody said that war is hell, and I've always believed that. And I was pastoring 6 men when Vietnam walked out, and all 6 men got divorces upon their return. And that told me the penalty that serving in the armed forces and overseas costs families. No one ever talks about that much, but it absolutely impacts families and children and for generations. I'll let you go. I hope you have a beautiful Memorial Day, and please send us some warm weather as you look at that thermometer.
I'm rooting for warmer weather. Yes, I'm with you there, brother. No doubt about it. And thanks for sharing. Thanks. It's the kind of things this is kind of our Memorial Day edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And yeah, thank you, Larry, for sharing your cousin's story. Knucklebuster had shared one of his relative stories. I can't remember, Knucklebuster. Was that your uncle who it was? Yeah, we've shared a couple of times in recent years. Thank you to Daryl and all those. It's 10 before the hour, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, as we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, I see word had come down in the world of racing. They kind of described it as a blockbuster announcement bridging the worlds of motorsports and entertainment. NASCAR icon Tony Stewart striking a $15.5 million deal with Netflix to produce a feature documentary about Eldora Speedway in the golden era of American dirt track racing. The film will chronicle the history of Tony's beloved half-mile oval, often nicknamed the Big E, and profile some of the legendary drivers like Scott Bloomquist. Tony, a 3-time NASCAR Cup Series champion, owner of Eldora Speedway since 2004, says the partnership will finally bring the track's rich story to a global audience. In a statement, he called the project a passion project, years in the making. And he said the film will include never-before-seen footage and stories from the garage area of Eldora. Eldora, more than just a racetrack, it's the heart of dirt racing history. Tony says we're excited to share the story on the world's biggest platform. Fans will get to see the thrill of dirt racing and the legends who made Eldora what it is today. Netflix executives praising Stewart's vision. Jane Miller, Netflix Vice President of Sports Documentaries, said, thrilled to partner with Tony Stewart to tell Eldora's story. This will capture the heart and soul of grassroots racing. Netflix is committed to bringing authentic sports stories to fans everywhere, and Tony's leadership ensures this will be a spectacular tribute. Now, all this comes as Netflix broader expansion into sports storytelling, following successes with series like the Formula One Drive to Survive and upcoming profiles on major sports figures. Stewart's documentary is expected to continue this momentum by diving deep into the culture and characters of dirt track racing. Located in Rossburg, Ohio, Eldora, widely regarded as one of America's most legendary dirt tracks, founded in 1954 by promoter Earl Bates, or Baltz, the venue has hosted generations of racing's most iconic events, including the Dirt Late Model Dream, the King's Royal, the World 100. And Tony's ownership since 2004 has elevated the track's national profile. The film, they say, will trace Eldora's journey from its root to its modern-day prominence, including rare footage from classic races and archival interviews with racing pioneers. One central figure in the documentary is the late Scott Bloomquist, widely regarded as the greatest dirt late model driver of all time, who earned 12 major victories at Eldora over the course of his career. Tony confirmed Bloomquist's story will be a focal point of the film. It will feature interviews with racing legends and former champions who made their names at Eldora. Among those expected to appear, Danny Lasowski, Ken Schrader, Chad Kamana, Kyle Larson, of course, current NASCAR Cup Series champion, who was also an Eldora competitor. So that should be very interesting. That would be definitely a flick that I would be very anxious to get a chance to see, right? I've, of course, tuned into many races at Eldora via the likes of Flow Racing, but never actually, it's only a couple hours away, but I've never actually made my way up there to attend a live event at Eldora Speedway. And some of those, the likes of the World 100, and then, which is the late model Dream, where, wasn't that the first ever event in dirt racing to offer $1 million top prize? I believe it was $1 million in dirt racing. All that taking place at Eldora Speedway. All righty, so what do you say? We'll close things out here for another hour, heading into the midnight hour on the West Coast. Pappy's on board. He'll be checking in here. Brain Dead's got some sports stuffs, by the way. Eagle back online. And room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Security is being increased at sensitive locations connected to New York City's Jewish community after 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed in D.C.
A suspect's in custody and shouted "Free Palestine" while being arrested after the shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum Wednesday night. Authorities say 2 embassy staffers were shot and killed during a night out and they were about to get engaged. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's directing the NYPD to step up security at sensitive places connected to the Jewish community. New York has the largest Jewish population in the world outside of Israel. Adams says anti-Semitic violence has no place in our country. Scott Pringle, New York.
Nearly 400 books removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues are being returned.
Decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms terms had called for 381 books to be removed. A review carried out under new Defense Department leadership only identified 2 or 3 of those books that needed to be removed. Scott Carr in Washington.
Home Depot does not expect to raise prices due to President Trump's global tariffs.
During this week's earnings call, Billy Bastick, Executive Vice President for the big box store, had this to say.
In the marketplace, again, it's somewhat early days still, and I would just reiterate our position, as I mentioned, about not seeing broad-based price increases at the Home Depot.
CEO Ted Decker emphasized their focus on associates.
Because we know that if we take care of our associates, they will take care of the customer, and everything else will take care of itself.
While prices remain steady, some products may be removed from shelves because of the tariffs. I'm Liz Kennedy.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
New Jersey Congresswoman LaMonica McIver is not entering a plea in connection with an assault charge from an incident at a Newark ICE detention center.
The Democrat McIver had a virtual court appearance Wednesday after being accused of assaulting federal agents. This allegedly happened as agents were arresting Newark Mayor Ras Baraka at a protest outside Delaney Hall on May 9th regarding the ICE detention center. She tells MSNBC the charge is political intimidation from the Trump administration.
The chaos that you see was caused by ICE officials and Homeland Security. They created this unnecessary situation by arresting the mayor.
Scott Pringle, New York.
A new major study says women are over 10 times more likely to develop postpartum psychosis if they have a sister who had the condition.
Postpartum psychosis can cause hallucinations and paranoia and could be life-threatening if not treated. Researchers from Mount Sinai Hospital in New York looked at the cases of over 1.6 million women who have the rare disorder that occurs after childbirth. The new study has found a familial connection and says having a sister with the disorder sharply increases a woman's chance of experiencing it. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Millions of holiday travelers will be enjoying cheap gas this weekend.
Gas Buddy says the national average for a gallon of gas will be about $3.08, which would be the cheapest Memorial Day gas since 2021. The gas price website says that adjusted for inflation, it could be the lowest Memorial Day gas price since 2003. AAA says over 39 million people will travel by car over the holiday weekend. That's up 3% from last year. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
There we go, crossing over the midnight hour on the West Coast. As we head into the weekend. Happy Friday. TGIF, 23rd day of May already. June just around the corner. And good morning, Pappy. How we doing?
What's going on, Steve? Hey, I got a little winded on that opening Facebook statement. I don't know why, Steve, but for whatever reason, I was a youngster when that movie came out with Faye Dunaway and Bonnie and Clyde. I don't know. I kind of took an interest to it, kind of like I did the JFK assassination. But yeah, 91 years ago today, man, they got gunned down. Did you get them photos I sent you?
I did indeed.
Off Wikipedia.
Yeah, sure
man.
did.
You know, it's funny if, well, I guess it's not funny, but in the movie, Steve, that scene where they got killed, in the movie it showed Clyde getting out of the car to walk up to JR's dad who set them up. And that was true. He did park his car, made it look like he's got a flat tire, which caused Bonnie and Clyde to stop the vehicle there. That's how they managed to work that out. Frank Hamer managed to hook up with the father of one of the gang members. Tried to tell him, listen, you want to save your boy's life, we're going to let him walk. We won't charge him, but you got to help us out here. And that's exactly how they managed to get him. But he was never out of the car. His foot slipped off the clutch when he took that first round to the head, and the car started moving forward. And they probably thought, man, he's, you know, how it is when a car does that when you let off the clutch without giving it gas. It was kind of hopping forward. Man, they just let loose, brother. And if that car would have been in neutral and that would have never happened, you know, Bonnie would still have been alive. They would have never, all them bullet holes in that car. Anyway, it is what it is. There was a famous shootout in Joplin, Missouri. That's why they didn't mess around with them, Steve. There were several shootouts they were involved in, and they always got away. And in Joplin, Missouri, there was a lawman behind a big oak tree. And he said, I'll never forget that little redhead opened up that BAR on me and splintered my face. BAR, Gilligan would know about this. Stands for Browning Automatic Rifle. She's a 30-06, fully automatic machine gun. They broke into a National Guard armory and stole them daggone things. And that one photo I sent you, I'm trying to find a Browning Auto 5. Clyde got one for Bonnie. It was a 20 gauge. He cut the barrel down and cut the stock down to make these guns easy to manipulate in a vehicle and easier for her to handle, because she was only 5'11", 90, 95 pounds, soaking wet. She's a tiny little thing. So was Clyde. He was only like 5'7", 130 pounds. He spent some time in the Cincinnati jail for disorderly conduct, I think. Anyway, enough of that. Hey, let Knucklebuster know my buddy Larry that we just buried. He was a Marine. Yes, sir, he was. See, speaking of Memorial Day here, always thought, man, all these brave young men and women that gave their lives for us, try to picture what they went through. It's kind of hard for me to picture. The only thing that kind of really brings the senses is that movie on D-Day with Saving Private Ryan, that opening scene there.
Right.
You know, there was a lot of World War II vets, and when they saw that, man, some of them had to get up and walk out. It just brought back too much.
Too realistic.
Too realistic, man. So these guys are marching into death, you know. So how do we repay all these souls that gave up their lives for our freedoms? The only thing I can think of is don't let this country fall. I guess that's probably why I'm so voiceful on your show on certain topics. Our Constitution that we fight for, our freedom of speech, allows us to voice our opinion when we're not happy with something. So we got Trump out here he's on a peace march, Steve. Something that the United States really hasn't never done. You got all these people wanting to get rich from wars. Now Trump is out here trying to convince the world, man, it ain't got to be like this, guys. We can all get rich and live in peace. Seems to be working. I think he's butting heads with Israel leaders, Netanyahu. He wants to pretty much take out Iran. I think Trump's kind of against it at this point. And I just don't know, Steve. I mean, here's the thing. You can try to talk peace with somebody, but if they don't want to listen, you know, and they got it set in their mind that they want to fight you, well, you're just going to have to fight them, man. That's all there is to it. I'm afraid that's what's going to happen with Iran here. We can try and talk all we want, but when people wake up in the morning and wish death on America, you're going to have to deal with them sooner or later, I think. So we'll see how it goes. But Trump's definitely making the rounds, man. I mean, the media, Steve, everything he is doing right, they don't want to give him credit, man. They are totally against this country. So, all right, brother. Happy, well, kind of weird to say happy Memorial Day.
Right, right.
It's really not a happy occasion. So let's just say everybody have a good weekend. Stay safe. Hug the wife, hug the husband, hug the kids when they walk out of the house. And continue living on. All right, brother. Hey, you got a 3-day weekend coming up too, man.
That is correct. Right? Yes, I'll take that.
Hey, ask Brain Dead. Man, maybe I've heard wrong. They said the Indy sold out. Now, ask Brain Dead. Maybe you might know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did they say over 300,000 people?
That is correct. Affirmative.
Holy moly.
I don't think they ever give the actual number in attendance, but it's over 300,000 for sure.
Wow. I had the pleasure of attending one once. I remember me telling you my dad was a 9 News photographer.
Yes.
It was the year that Savage was killed in that crash. I mean, we're going back definitely in the 70s. I don't know what year that was, but I was just a kid. and he was going to the Indy to report it for the news. Right there on Homestretch Row, Steve. We weren't in the stands, baby. We were right there at the pits, man. Having that news credentials getting us in there. So ask Brain Day. He might know what year that was. The average guy killed. Maybe around 74. Somewhere around there. All right, brother. Everybody have a good weekend. Steve, thanks for taking the call. We'll talk at you next week.
Yeah, you do the same, Pappy. Yeah, I mean, according to the overview, the Indy 500 is expected to draw approximately 350,000 fans this year, making it the largest spectator sporting event on the planet. Now, this includes those seated in the grandstands and those enjoying the event from the infield. The grandstand seats are sold out for this race, marking the first time since 2016. And I'm trying to recall, was 2016, was that like the 100th anniversary of the Indy 500? I think it was. And yeah, so that was big. Morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve-O, do you want to smash a break and come back, or are we good to go?
Let's just roll.
Okay, good. So what's your plans for the weekend other than sitting there watching racing and drinking Skull Busters?
I'm sure we'll find a few things to get into. I'm not sure exactly what, but...
Oh, shoot. So should we have the fire department on standby for when the grill burns up?
I am anticipating firing up the grill for the first time, yeah.
Well, one of my stores that I go to on this run that I'm on now, they had whole frozen turkeys, and I picked one up. And I called my Dingbat and myself were talking like, okay, what are we going to do with it? I said, well, let's just deep fry it for Memorial Day. And I'm like, well, you know what we ought to do? We ought to go over to my cousin-in-law's house and go over there and cook it up for them because she loves that turkey. And she said, you better bring it. So we're going to go over Monday and go do the deep fried turkey and all the trimmings with that. So we're going to have fun. So, But no, I got some college football stuff for you. But this is some racing stuff I got now. Remember earlier in the week that Tim Cindric was let go at Penske Racing?
Correct.
Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
You know who his son is?
His son races for somebody.
Austin Cindric is the one that runs for Penske South. So, the conspiracy theories are already running rampant that maybe at the end of the season, Austin will be out of a ride too. But you know what? That's not my decision. I'm just sitting there, just sitting along for the ride.
Right.
Speaking of Roger Penske, be careful. Be sure to watch the pre-race show because he will be on there and have a sit-down interview with Jamie Little. He's going to answer all the questions about the cheating and all those questions and all that. I seen a little clip of it. So I don't know if I'll be watching it or not, but still, who knows? Also, too, now you remember I told you, I think a week or two ago, that NASCAR is going to be moving the championship weekend around. Remember all this?
Yeah, like back to Homestead or whatever, yeah.
Well, like I said, they want to move it about every 3 years or so. About every 3 years or so. Now, all these other tracks are throwing their names out there. Kansas threw their name out. Chicago even threw their name out because they're going to redo the track there, Chicagoland Speedway. Now, I'm not very familiar with Kansas weather now, like Plowboy may be, but why would you hold the championship race in an area where it's 70 one day and 35 the next day and raining and all that?
Right.
Has anybody failed to remember something?
I mean, you got to think Las Vegas, Texas, Florida, yeah, maybe somewhere in the Carolinas. I don't know. Charlotte might be okay.
Hey, even Rockingham or Wilkesboro, that would be good. But see, here's the thing, though. Eagle was talking about the race at the Coke 600 getting rained out. And you remember last year they had that problem about, well, they had to cancel the race with so many laps left to go. Remember all this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what it is the city of Charlotte has a noise ordinance, and that they could not run that race past midnight. So I can't remember what time it is. They called it. They said, you know what? Goodbye. Have a good night. Go home. We're not going to be able to run the race. That's why they do this. And if I remember right, too, Darlington has one of those as well. So excuse me. So that's the long and gist of it. So let's get to some college football, Steve. I know we're only about 100 days away from college football, and I know a lot of our fans are really anxious to get out there. And of course, I forgot my NASCAR picks today. Oh well. Christopher Bell, Alex Bowman, Ryan Blaney, and Chase Elliott. I think Bell has a better shot, my personal opinion. But still, let me back up now to what we're going to talk about with college football. I did see a blurb about the NIL coming through and the settlement and all of that. I'm going to wait till later for this. But like I said, though, remember, we're 100 days from college football, and I sat there and looked around at some of the spring training camps and, you know, the spring practices and all of that. And this is probably what's going to happen this year. So you ready?
Lay it on us.
All right. Now, Buddy Rick, I know you're listening, buddy. Now, the Buckeyes won't have an easy time to replace the players from the senior class and both coordinators that helped them to their third title. Will Howard, Quinshon Judkins, and Trayvon Harrison were key losses this year. However, Justin Sayin, Lincoln Kyles, I may pronounce the names wrong, please forgive me, would be a good battle to see who's going to be the starting quarterback. But it's their job to lose it. Now, whoever does win as quarterback will be blessed with a great receiving corps with Smith and Tate coming in. Now, Claire caught 51 passes for 685 yards and 4 touchdowns. He's a portal transfer, if I remember right. But there was heavy losses as well with Cody Simon, Lathan Ranson, Jack Sawyer, JT Trevole, and Dennis Burks. They're not going to be as hard. They're going to be a hard time to replace. So Coach Day did the best thing he could do would be hire former coach from the Detroit Lions, Matt Patricia, to replace Jim Knowles, who left for Penn State. Now, the only thing is, though, the depth on the defensive line, especially the interior, is going to be the biggest problem this season, and that's what they have got to shore up. And by the way, Rick, yeah, go right. Anyway, now, Brother Rambler, I know you may be listening, buddy, but we're going to talk about your Bama team here for a minute. Now, they took a big step back last year after Daboll's first season as coach. Now, he is filling some big shoes to fill. I mean, you got to remember, Superman was here in Saban. So it's only going to be a matter of time before they get back to that SEC title. But I think they're going in the right direction. Ty Simpson is going to be the player is going to be the one to replace Jalen Milroy as quarterback. And the Tide added Horton as a proven pass catcher to complement Williams. Now, former Commanders offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb back is the real issue because the defensive line needs help especially. So now we're going to go on to Dingbats' beloved Gators. Sorry, did that come out wrong, Steve? Anyway, Billy Napier has his future tied into Lagway, the quarterback. He showed a lot of potential in his first season, throwing for 1,915 yards with 12 touchdowns and 9 interceptions. He did participate in some of the spring practice as he is suffering from some shoulder injuries. Now, Napier did say that he'll be healthy at the start of the season. The Gators did return much of their offensive line and recruiting class, and that includes wideouts Dallas Wilson and Vernell Brown III. Now, if Langley stays healthy, and I want to say this as a Vol fan, if Langley stays healthy, the Gators are going to be the sleeper team this season. Now, they will have one of the most difficult schedules in all of college football. They have home games against Texas, Georgia, and Tennessee, and road games with LSU, Miami, A&M, and Ole Miss. So, do you want to smash your break real quick, and we'll come back to a couple more?
Yeah, we're coming up on news break here, so I think we're going to have to do it. Let's just go with one more.
All right. Let's go to A&M. A&M, they should be better with Reed getting a second off season under his belt. If Moss and Owens stays healthy, they could be a significant force in the SEC. Moss was one of the best backs in the SEC before going down to a knee injury in the 9th game last season. Owens set out most of the last season due to a fracture in his left foot, but is not healthy. The Aggies did upgrade their receiving core this year by adding Conception, Craver, and Wilson. Their biggest concern is replacing Shamar Stewart, Shamar Turner, Nick Skirton's production up front. Oneiden, Searcy, and Hayes should be a big contributor to the secondary. And with that, Steve, I'm going to give me some Whataburger. I hope Dingbat's not listening, but I'll see you later, Steve.
All right, enjoy your Memorial Day weekend. Hope you don't burn the turkey. And make sure you don't put the deep fryer on the deck and burn the damn house down there, right? Deep frying a turkey. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines we'll get to coming up here. They actually released some video footage from inside the courthouse this past day. The Milwaukee County judge that is facing the charges for aiding and abetting and impeding the immigration and customs enforcement officers. Some are saying by releasing this video that may actually, in some form or fashion, maybe hamper the trial. What is the reference, Pappy? Tainting the jury pool or something. If people see this video, I mean, it's blatantly obvious. She broke the law. She helped him out the door, and I'll give you more on that coming up here. But I don't know who leaked the video, I guess, is the bigger question. We'll return after this, rolling into a Friday, a weekend coming on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Security is being increased at sensitive locations connected to New York City's Jewish community after 2 Israeli embassy staff members were shot and killed in D.C.
A suspect's in custody and shouted "Free Palestine" while being arrested after the shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum Wednesday night. New York City Mayor Eric Adams says he's directing the NYPD to step up security at sensitive places connected to the Jewish community. Scott Pringle, New York.
Nearly 400 books removed from the U.S. Naval Academy School Library over DEI issues are being returned.
Decision comes after a new review was completed using the Pentagon's standardized search terms for diversity, equity, and inclusion titles. Those standards determined that only around 20 books had to be removed from the library. A prior search by Navy officials using their own terms had called for 381 books to be removed. Scott Carr in Washington.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Metashare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Metashare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
So it's actual surveillance footage from inside the Wisconsin courthouse. You're showing this judge, Hannah Dugan, helping the illegal alien that was wanted by Immigration and Customs evade arrest. Of course, she has been arrested. This suspect had a violent criminal record, including charges for strangulation and suffocation, battery, domestic abuse, and twice illegally crossed into the United States via the Mexican border. Dugan was indicted by the grand jury and subsequently has pleaded not guilty to the obstruction of justice charges. But the local television station WISN 12 News obtained some of the surveillance footage from inside the courthouse on that day, showing how she misdirected the Immigration and Customs agents while knowing the illegal was in another area of the building. You can check out the video. There were There were actually 3 guys dressed as civilians, just kind of like sitting on the benches in the hallway. And when the suspect and his attorney first are walking down the hallway, he walked right past them. But then apparently the judge finds out that those were Immigrations and Customs agents. So she approaches them and directs them to the Chief Justice's office, trying to get him out of the way. And while she does that, while they're going down there, she kind of goes into that room and escorts them out through what would be the jury door to help them escape, not realizing there was a third ICE agent still there in the hallway and saw them trying to exit the courthouse. And he kind of waved for the other 2 agents to come on. So he kind of followed them out the door. And as soon as they get out the door, the suspect took off running. And I don't know, they chased him a block or something, but they ultimately caught up with him. But yeah, I mean, that's talk obstruction of justice. There you go. All right, let me see. Yeah, Eagle had some additional comments, I believe. What you got on your mind, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Steve, I wanted to make some comments about some other things. I appreciate you talking about, the plane situation. Everybody got their views, so I appreciate you saying some things about that. So we'll see what happens in the future on that determination. Now, I wanted to talk about the truck driving issues that's still going on, that I got to last night about the rest area parking, at rest area parking at night, where guys are parking on these ramps and you can't even get into a rest area. There's some states like Florida, I know you've been to Florida. They have super big, but I guess it's because they have so many tourists. Florida, they have some of the biggest rest area, nicest facilities probably that you're going to see. The truck drivers going to Florida. They got a lot of parking in Florida for trucks in these rest areas. But some states, they don't have no parking. You get about 10 trucks in there and it's full, such as Arkansas and other places like that. They need to increase their parking, for these trucks that are traveling, because a lot of times the truck stops are full. So you have no choice, where to go. But but parking on these ramps makes no sense, Steve. It clearly, like I told you last night, they got signs on these ramps from the front of when you enter into when you pull out of there. No parking, and yet you see all these trucks parked on these ramps. And like I say, you barely can squeeze through there sometimes because you got some knucklehead that he'll leave his trailer out in the middle of the drive. He don't have all his trailer out of the whole part of it behind the white line. So you got to squeeze by this guy and hope you don't hit him. And you had talked about last night about the Greyhound bus that ran into a truck on these ramps. Mm-hmm. So that's what happens, when it, do that. I know you people that pulling these things, and it's hard to get in and out of it. And they clearly got signs, but some states, Ohio, they got a bad reputation where you at, Steve. But they don't play games with truck drivers, and some of them guys, they've been woken up by an officer knocking on their door, writing them a ticket for parking on the ramp, and it can cost you $100, $200, $300 unnecessary money out of your pocket. I know people don't want to lose, that kind of money. You got to take a 10-hour break. But you can't, they need to start enforcing this no parking on the ramps because it's just too dangerous to do what they do. You might swing the door open for your truck. That's happened to me. I parked on ramps. I'm not talking bad about people because I've done the same thing. And you swing the door open on your truck, Steve, the left the driver's door, and a car or a truck might be coming down the road and tear your damn door off, while you trying to get out of the truck, because he don't see you. That's another problem. You can't even open the door of your truck when you're parked on these ramps. And, when another truck blows by, you feel the wind, the suction of the other truck going by on the freeway, show you how dangerous it is when you're sleeping on ramps. You can actually feel truck moving when another truck on the doing 70 miles an hour, 75 go by you. Feel like, damn near blow you over. So, yeah, like I said, they need to start enforcing that. Now, as far as these cameras go, Steve, I'm starting to see more and more trucking companies, and they say that they're doing it for insurance purposes.
Yep.
A lot of insurance companies are giving these big major companies insurance discounts to install driver-facing cameras. Like I say, I have no problem with a camera facing the road because it's good for you and the company if you have an accident. But there's no reason, as far as I'm concerned, Steve, there's no reason for a camera to be facing a driver while he's operating the truck. Some people, they feel comfortable with it. I don't. But you need to have some kind of privacy in your truck. That's the reason why I started driving trucks, because I was tired of working in the warehouse environment and punching the time clock. Basically when you drive a truck, at least where I'm at, you basically your own boss. As long as you deliver the load and pick the load up on time, you can do your own thing, and that's what I like. I don't need nobody micromanaging me and watching me while I'm operating this truck. I know how to drive this vehicle. I can understand some of the training companies, Steve, such as a Warner, CR England's, Primes, people that take guys out of truck driving school, with 5 or 6 months, little to no experience. I can understand them putting cameras in these guys' trucks, because they need all, attention they can get. But somebody that's been driving trucks, for, a period of time, you don't need a camera in your vehicle watching you, as far as I'm concerned. But unfortunately, it looks like a lot of the trucking companies don't see it that way. So they're installing these driver-facing cameras. And you'll notice, Steve, a lot of these companies now, they won't even tell you that on the telephone when you call them up and ask about employment. They won't even tell you that, because a lot of guys won't even go. I know I will. If I call up a trucking company looking for a job and they tell me they got driver-facing cameras, they're immediately crossed off my list, and I look for somebody else to run for. So we'll see what happens with that situation, but it looks like they're going to be installing more and more cameras in these trucks. Now, one other thing about Memorial Day, right quick before I let you go, Steve. I told you, I'm 100% American. I told you that and proud of it until the day I die. And I got family members that's in the military, cousins, nephews, and other people, and such as yourself and a lot of your listeners. And I appreciate everything these people have done. And, now that Trump is back in the White House, Steve, that's another thing. The enrollment back into the military for men and women is up again, unlike with Biden, where people didn't even want to join because they didn't want to be associated with a guy like him. Now that Trump is back in there, people are actually proud to represent their country and join the military. And like I said, I support all the veterans that gave their lives over the years and lost their lives so we can, I can have the right to make this phone call tonight, and you had a right to be on there, and I appreciate it. And I definitely appreciate you for being on the radio, doing your thing every night, because you, like I said, you got the best show going, and I'll continue listening to you. And all I can say at the end of the deal, Steve, is God bless America, and thank you for taking my call.
Have a great Memorial Day weekend there, Eagle. Thank you much. Let me see here. The prayer service at the Pentagon. Many in the left media are going ballistic. Now, they say it's a move that kind of pushes the boundaries of the constitutional prohibition against a state religion. Yay, nay? Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth hosted an evangelical prayer service in the middle of the day at the Pentagon, in which a pastor praised Donald Trump as sovereignly appointed. A program for the event called it the Secretary of Defense Christian Prayer and Worship Service. It was held in the Pentagon's auditorium and was broadcast throughout the building on its internal cable network. Now, Hegseth made an opening prayer. The majority of the service, though, was run by the Defense Secretary's personal pastor from a Tennessee church, whose leaders have a documented history of advocating for a male-led Christian authority over society. Standing behind a podium bearing the logo of the Defense Department, Hegseth declared that this is precisely where I need to be, exactly where we need to be as a nation at this moment in prayer, on bended knee, recognizing the providence of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, according to the audio recording of the event from military.com. A video is also posted online by the Defense Department. Hegseth proceeded to add that the prayer service was voluntary, but encouraged those in attendance to let those you work with know about it. Meanwhile, the pastor, Brooks Pottinger, prayed for the Pentagon to become a place where Christians come together to do just this. And we see you move in power, not just to the Pentagon, but to our nation's capital and down throughout this great nation. Some Defense Department employees say they received an email invitation to the event Wednesday morning, with at least one person remarking that it went to a personal email account. When asked about the service, Pentagon spokeswoman Kingsley Wilson said that, quote, many different faiths have regular services in the Pentagon chapel or elsewhere in the Pentagon, and that Hegseth's office actually envisions these prayer and worship services will be a monthly thing. It's not clear whether any of those services that Wilson referred to were actually advertised via email or broadcast internally or hosted by a top Pentagon official. Wilson also stopped short of saying that those forthcoming services would feature other religions, and she noted that any participating civilian clergy are responsible for their own travel expenses. A defense official said Pottinger paid for his own travel to get from D.C. or from Tennessee there to the Pentagon. Yeah, I do know that, what's the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt? I've seen videos where before she steps out before the press on any given day, she holds a little prayer right there, praying for God's wisdom as she addresses the media. Each and every time she asks for guidance. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirdogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Rolling into a Friday, and Rubber Duck, I do believe, morning.
No, this is, I'm a first time, long time. My name's Bob.
Aha. Hi, Bob.
I heard you guys. Heard you give discounts out for first-time callers. Anyway, hey, so you're talking about Eldora, and I used to do that Columbus run, and up the road is the 127 truck stop, the motor and truck stop. They got redone, and I always noticed that when I got to that junction at 33 and 127. Eldora was like 16 miles to the south. And I'm like you, dude. I wanted to go. I mean, I've watched it on TV. Mm-hmm. I watched the Prelude to the Dream. It's like, so if we're not going to do a cruise, we can't maybe do it this year. It might be too late. But let's plan for a Hot Shot Secret the big race, the 100 that they do, that, you know, let's try to meet there. We could probably coordinate small rides for everybody, and they could stay at the truck stop. But let's go patronize Tony's track. Instead of going to a foreign country and spending our money on a cruise.
Right.
By the way, some of us can't get passports.
And I know
some of us aren't allowed to leave.
I mean, most of those big events they're like it's a 3-night thing, like a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, or whatever, and the main event on Saturday. I mean, it's a big week.
Right. I think we could like just plan like to be for the the end race, but say, hey, guys, we're going to be up here. I mean, I would figure something out. That's close enough to me. That's 3 hours from the house. But I mean, there's no motels. That's the thing. It's perfect for guys to drive to have their house behind them. We could meet there, and we just have to figure out how to get everybody from the truck stop to the track. But I think and it's in Hot Shot Secret's backyard. It's in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
It's I don't know. Sorry, that pizza was really good. Oh man, it was a Sicilian. Oh, and I watched it come out the oven and get the fresh tomatoes and the spinach and everything thrown on top of it. And I'm not a spinach guy. Mom, you love me. I hate my spinach. But anyway, it's just it's one of those nights. I saw some auto parts guys come in to deliver. Really wish I could get my keys to my car and I would be home right now. But I sit here and wait. He said, well, you don't have to go get it. I said, yeah, but if I don't go get it, it makes us look bad to the customer. So I had a whopping 10 cars for yesterday. I brought 7 over. And no, I brought 8. I brought 8 over, and then I picked up 2. And once I get these 2 off, I'm done till Tuesday. Looks like.
So that's a tad bit on the slow side.
Teeny bit. I'm looking at the service departments and the dealership lots, and the Toyota dealer's empty as far as new inventory and what he has stacked in for service. Pretty much figure out wherever you wanted to park your car. Ford dealers, he's pretty well empty on his service side too. The GMC dealer with engine failures on the 6.2 motors, you can't get on his lot. The back of his lot where his service department is just packed. Even into the fire lanes. Yes, that's not a good thing. But But yeah, I say we do a race thing. We do maybe an Indy 500.
There you go.
We just, hey, we got to do, what Snake Pit. My buddy Ron was a union boy out of Fort Wayne. He said we had to go to the Snake Pit. We got to do the Snake Pit. So I think we need to stay away from the Snake Pit because I don't trust Ron. God rest his soul. So, but yeah, maybe we do an Indy 500. Like we get a block of seats.
What is a snake pit? Is it like a mosh pit or what?
It's probably the infield gone wild.
Okay, yeah, I think
you wouldn't want an inboard facing camera there, American Eagle, if you're in the snake pit. Apparently, you wouldn't want to have any cameras going.
Oh boy,
because you could be held liable for it. I'm glad Jack won't put a camera in here to face me, but I do know as a small company with 2 trucks, if our insurance company said we're going to save you $20,000 next year if you put a camera facing your driver, he's going to put it in here, and I'm going to have to deal with it. And I don't think that I do anything wrong that would trigger the camera. I definitely know that I'm recorded because there are periods when I look at the safety score on the e-log and it says I had 199 speeding violations. No, that was 199 times of keeping up with the flow of traffic. So that was really to get in an accident, doing anything wrong. But if I was with a bigger company, I would be being micromanaged over that.
Absolutely. Yes, indeed. I mean, So I mean, in other words, the safe thing to do is be going with the flow of traffic, not impeding traffic, so everybody's trying to get around you, you think? All right, news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The suspect in Wednesday's deadly shooting of 2 Israeli embassy staff members in Washington is being formally charged. Interim U.S. Attorney for the District of Washington, Janine Pirro, made the announcement.
Murder in the first degree for the murder of 30-year-old Yaron Levchinsky, a foreign official and official guest of the United States. Mr. Lashinsky was here on official business for the state of Israel.
Elias Rodriguez faces 2 counts of first-degree murder along with the murder of foreign officials and 2 firearm-related charges. Rodriguez was taken into custody following the shooting outside the Capitol Jewish Museum, and he shouted, "Free Palestine!" while being arrested. The woman accused of sneaking onto a flight from New York's JFK to Paris last November is being found guilty.
A Brooklyn federal jury convicted 57-year-old Svetlana Dali Thursday after she pleaded not guilty to a count of stowaway on an aircraft. During a swift trial, she admitted she didn't have a boarding pass when she got on the fully booked Delta flight. Investigators say she evaded busy airport staff by using a lane for flight crew and mixing in with boarding passengers. Dali was arrested again just weeks later on a Greyhound bus from Buffalo to Canada while out on bail. She faces up to 6 months in prison. I'm Kristen Marks.
A study called VITAL is touting the anti-aging benefits of vitamin D supplements.
Dr. Joanne Manson, a preventive medicine expert at Harvard Medical School, tracked 50,000 people over 50 for 5 years and found that vitamin D supplements may help slow down biological aging. The study shows vitamin D seems to protect telomeres on your chromosomes that shrink as you age and are linked to heart issues, cancer, and other chronic medical conditions. Good natural sources of vitamin D, she says, include fatty fish, wild mushrooms, dairy products, orange juice, and sunlight exposure. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
2 people are dead and 8 injured after a small plane crashed into a military housing neighborhood in San Diego.
The Cessna 550 on its way to Montgomery-Gibbs Airfield at 3:45 a.m. crashed into a Tierra Santa neighborhood home to 2,300 military families. It hit 10 homes along Sample Street.
We do have a clipped power line behind us, and TSP and FAA are looking into that to see if that was part of the problem as it came in.
San Diego Fire Rescue Assistant Chief Dan Eddy saying it initially appears the 2 people on the plane who died were the only ones on board. I'm Jack Cronin.
Target says price hikes are the very last resort for offsetting tariffs.
The comment comes despite the retailer reporting weaker than expected sales in its first quarter. According to Target CEO, the company has many levers to use in mitigating the impact of tariffs. Major retailers appear to be treading cautiously around the question of price hikes after President Trump slammed Walmart for warning that shoppers could pay more due to tariffs. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
A national theater chain is offering $1 movies to keep children busy this summer.
Welcome to Regal Cinemas.
Regal Cinemas has over 400 multiplexes across the country with over 5,700 screens. This week, the theater chain announced its Regal Summer Movie Express, which will offer family-friendly movies on Tuesday and Wednesday mornings for only $1 a show. The summer lineup starts June 10th with showings of Puss in Boots and Sing 2.
Enjoy the show.
I'm Michael Kastner.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
To get that final hour underway here on a Friday. You're talking a bit earlier in the program as we eliminate all these DEI policies throughout government agencies and various other companies. One of the latest is Lockheed Martin this past day, kind of doubling down on ending their DEI policies. You know, what happens? What's wrong with DEI? Everyone needs an opportunity. Everyone needs a chance, they say. DEI policies often lead to individuals being hired into a position that is not qualified per se, is not the best individual to do the job, to get the job done. They're hired due to, well, that's the premise of DEI. You have to have X number of females, you have to have X number of minority, you have to have X number of LGBT. It was 1 week ago today. We had a major tornado outbreak, deadly, sweeping the central and eastern portions of the country. And the city of St. Louis was one area that was hit hard, deadly, 5 people killed. Why were the tornado sirens not activated ahead of that storm? That tornado disaster? That was the question people in that city are asking. Were lives lost because the warning devices were not activated? Here's where potentially DEI comes into play. The profile of the St. Louis City Safety Commissioner, who goes by Sarah Russell, scrubbed from the internet after officials admitted the sirens were not activated ahead of that disaster. City Emergency Management Agency Commissioner Sarah Russell was placed on administrative leave after the mayor, Mayor Spencer, said that no one activated the siren warning system Friday. Russell and the SEMA staff apparently were at a workshop away from the office where the siren button was located. You've got days and days of advance warning about a potential outbreak, and you don't have anybody in the damn office to handle the emergency situation? How's that possible? And that's what the mayor is saying. I've been shocked, and I remain shocked, and frankly a bit horrified. Now, the Blaze News found that the website profile of the commissioner is no longer available at the city's site, but a search on the Wayback Machine Internet Archive found a version of that page from March of this year, just a couple months ago. The profile specifically lists Russell's pronouns as they, them. The profile goes on to list Russell's resume, including the designation as authority on social media. The webpage now redirects to a page of contact information for other officials at the SEMA office. Also, a 2024 post on the social media platform X from an account identifying itself as the city account refers to Russell as them. This is a woman trying to be a man, just in case you were wondering. Spencer's office said that Russell had contacted the fire department about the tornado, but a breakdown in communication led to many speculating lives have been lost unnecessarily. We had a systemic failure across so many systems, says the mayor. She said Russell had actually drafted the emergency procedure about the sirens in 2021, but it was vague and may not have been fully implemented. My takeaway was that the direction was not clear. It did not direct the person on the other end to press the button. And it's my understanding the button was never pushed. So a lot of people caught outdoors, no idea. Danger was approaching. Is, I guess, the investigation. Is that because of a DEI hire and the incompetence of said hire caused the loss of life? All right, morning, Scrapyard. How the heck are you?
Oh, well, it's been better, brother, been better. Down ill from a tick bite. Got red spots all over me, so I'm going to have to get to the doctor. That'd be the fifth time I've had Rocky Mountain spotted fever.
Wow.
Ugh. And, yeah, and that tornado situation, well, Tuesday morning in Hot Spring County, Arkansas, we had, near the town of Bismarck around Lake DeGray, we had the same thing happen. The National Weather Service located up in Little Rock failed us. No warning at all was issued for a tornado that did pretty significant damage coming through. And so, yeah, that people are about ready to burn the barn down, if you know what I mean, over that. And left everybody out there hanging. It got really, really close to my missus' house. And so it, yeah, a lot of people weren't very happy. I'm on I-49 in Arkansas, northwest Arkansas. There's a lot of bad construction that's going on up through there, especially in Fayetteville and around the Bobby Hopper Tunnel. So be careful because they're shoving you over right up against the Jersey wall on the right-hand side or nearly pushing you in the grass. Northbound and southbound in Fayetteville from 60 to about 64. And on both sides of the Bobby Hopper Tunnel, both lanes, both sides. It's pretty hefty over there. And so y'all be extremely careful. When you get in Fayetteville, the speed limit is 55, but I wouldn't recommend going that fast. It's northbound. I needed a shoehorn and a tub of Vaseline to get through there, and I was doing about 30 mile an hour to get through there because they were well across the line, so it was extremely tight. Yeah, on that driver-facing cameras, well, unfortunately, I have it in here too, but a lot of people don't realize they're not eye safe. You're exposed, if you drive at night, you are exposed especially to higher levels of infrared light. And there's already been numerous warnings from the medical community concerning that. So it may be something to look into. They're actually not considered eye safe because you're, within only like 2 to 3 feet away from an infrared illuminator. And so that is of concern on that. That's one reason why I'm looking around to go somewhere else, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. 'Cause I got one, and concerning Memorial Day, that I had to educate a couple of teenagers today at the local Waffle House who wished me a happy Memorial Day. Well, I had to school them on you never say that, and why that is. I said never say that to someone who's grew up in the military or was in the military. That is a very painful thing to say to someone. It goes completely against what Memorial Day stands for.
Right.
That wishing someone that, and their father. There at the Waffle House, it was a family there, husband, wife, and their 2 teenage kids. And he basically broke down and thanked me for setting them straight on that. But you got a pretty good weekend planned, brother?
Not a whole lot on the agenda, actually. So, I mean, maybe just a little R&R, a little rest and relaxation. I'm sure we'll find something to go out to eat tonight, maybe. And I got to get something, I don't know, burgers and dogs on the grill over the weekend. It's kind of a tradition, right?
Yeah, I was wanting to do that, but my missus last night, she went to the store right before dark and was headed back home, got about 2 or 3 miles from the house, and all of a sudden her truck died. Four-wheel drive GMC Sierra just completely died in a curve. She ended up hitting somebody's driveway and into their yard and frazzled her real well. And then now the truck won't start, so I got to see about getting that thing towed back to her house and spend the weekend, the holiday, and all, trying to get this thing repaired because that's all she has when I'm not there.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and we're a week away from both of our paydays.
Yeah, hopefully it's
this is going to be quite interesting.
Hopefully it's something minor, right?
Yeah, well, there's a number of issues and all that. It could be anything when it comes to fuel delivery on these vehicles. It's like, God, I wish, harking back to the days of really wanting a carburetor back. And all these O2 sensors, throttle position sensors, cam and crank sensors. It could be a whole slew of issues, and all that. That's I yearn for the days of a carburetor. I can tell you that much.
So you'll have to find somebody that's got. You'll have to plug it in and see what kind of code you're throwing, right, and see what the diagnosis is. All right, rolling up on 16 past the hour. See what Eskimo Mom here on happy hump day, Eskimo Mom.
Yeah, this is going to be a screwed up week because I'm working a 6-day. My hump day was between last night and this morning, and I would say Wednesday night into Thursday. That transition right there is my hump day, But what I wanted to talk about, originally I want to talk about Eldora, but I'm going to start off with about the tornado sirens. The tornado sirens are only supposed to be for outdoors, but every single weather service, every single weather broadcast will tell you, have multiple ways to be notified. Have your cell phone handy, have your, with being a weather aware, it's not just tornado sirens. Have your cell phone handy. Have a weather radio. Have the radio, a regular radio. Have everything across the board that you can, multiple ways, just in case power goes out. You got another system. And sometimes with some of these tornadoes, some of them may be a little too low that the weather service cannot spot. Because we had a situation like that in Versailles, which is not too far from Eldora, and that they had a tornado up in that area that the National Weather Service in Wilmington could not spot until they were getting reports for it because it was too low. The radar beam was too high in the sky for this tornado, which is a lot lower to the ground. But yeah, I can see the Weather Service getting criticism for the tornadoes. But with Eldora, I'm only about 25 miles away from that track, and not only the truck stop over there in Mendon is a place to park for big trucks. There's also the TA over there in Wapak, and the Loves over there in Sydney, where I live, and there's a bunch of hotels in and around Sydney and in and around the entire general area around Eldora. And on top of that, there's also campgrounds in the area too if you want to camp out. But if you go to the race, you might any of the races. You might want to make sure that when you get home or you get to your campgrounds or hotel or whatever, find yourself a shower because you will get dusty and you will get dirty because but it is a fun time over there.
Yeah, you'll be washing mud out of your ears and your nose and your hair, covered in dirt and dust. All right, Eskimo Mom, good to hear from you. I know she'll be delivering the groceries over the weekend, but Be safe out there with all the travelers, especially today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, I'll be the first to say I'm not surprised. We could have told you. Or actually, we tried to tell you. First person we could ask is old, Gilligan. Yeah, with the idea of no longer having the internal combustion engine in the Charger, right? Word comes down from the drive. Well, that didn't last long. Dodge has confirmed the electric Charger's base Daytona RT trim level will not return for the 2026 model year, leaving only the pricier Scat Pack version. That news shortly after the brand announced massive incentives for model year 24 and 25 models to try and clear the excess inventory. And a few weeks after the White House tariffs made the Canadian-built coupe more expensive. Production of the Charger Daytona RT is postponed for the 26 model year as we continue to assess the effect of the U.S. tariff policies. A spokesperson confirmed the Scat Pack will stick around on its own until the 4-door model joins the lineup, and that the twin turbocharged 3.0-liter straight 6-powered 6-pack variants will land during the second half of this year. Now, granted, the term postpone doesn't mean canceled, but there is no word on whether the RT will, sooner or later, ever return to the portfolio. Now, dealers across the country are sitting on an inventory of about 3,500 Charger Daytona RTs. Dealers have been extremely generous in their attempts to move the cars off the lots. There's one location, Taverna Dodge in Plantation, Florida, listing a new 2025 with 5 miles on the odometer for $34,184. That's nearly half the MSRP. And its inventory includes several other new Delivery mileage models priced in the vicinity of $35,000. Cameron County Dodge is trying to offload a leftover 2024 model with 13 miles on it for $38,292. Getting rid of the base trim will inevitably make the Charger more expensive. And that's bad news when you factor in the fairly low demand for what's been hyped as the first electric muscle car. Pricing for what will be the pared-down 26 range hasn't been announced yet, but the 2025 carried a base price of $61,595, including a rather hefty, nearly $2,000 destination charge. The 25 Scat Pack cost $75,980. It's not too far-fetched to assume that the 6-pack will carry a lower MSRP, although the White House tariffs will not tilt the scale in its favor. Where the long-rumored V8-powered Charger that Dodge has often alluded to stands in this mess remains yet to be seen, but the demand is not there. Hello to Big Sky.
Hello, Steve. I'm just calling in for the gentleman with the pickup that quit running, the GM.
Yes.
Give him a little piece of advice. One thing he wants to check would be the fuel pressure regulator. I just went through that. Mine, it died in a corner, and I missed the guardrail by about 3 inches because of it.
And it was called the fuel pressure regulator?
That's correct.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's the engine I'm thinking of, that thing is located under the intake.
Okay.
Yeah. If that's what's wrong, it's not going to be a nice, easy fix.
So how were you able to diagnose yours? Was that something you, like when you plugged into the little code thing, does it throw a code?
No, that's the problem. It doesn't.
Oh.
I had a fuel pressure gauge, and I could see what it was doing while it was running when it would do it when it was sitting in the driveway idling.
Hmm.
Yeah. He can just mine went extremely high and actually flooded the engine out. They will fail either way. Either it'll just shut down and starve the engine or flood the engine.
Okay. All right. Well, that's a good, maybe a starting point for him there.
Right. That's it. So the other thing, instead of that, it might have been the fuel pump went out. It depends on how she runs that. And that's easy enough to check if you don't see if it's pumping any fuel.
Now, that's the first thing that came to my mind was a fuel pump. But I mean, I know in this day and age, there's all kinds, so much, all this technology stuff. You got an O2 sensor and this kind of sensor. And all right. So, hey, thanks. Good to hear from you, though, Big Sky. And have a wonderful weekend when you get around to it. All right, we'll get a quick time out here. And what do we got? Friday coming on, TGIF, rolling into the weekend. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. 2 people are dead and 8 injured after a small airplane crashed into a military housing neighborhood in San Diego this morning.
The Cessna 550 on its way to Montgomery-Gibbs Airfield at 3:45 a.m. crashed into a Tierra Santa neighborhood home to 2,300 military families. It hit 10 homes along Sample Street.
We do have a clipped power line behind us. NTSB and FAA are looking into that to see if that was part of the problem as it came in.
San Diego Fire Rescue Assistant Chief Dan Eddy saying it initially appears the 2 people on the plane who died were the only ones on board. I'm Jack Cronin.
A spokesman for former President Joe Biden is saying his last known prostate cancer screen happened well over a decade ago.
The spokesperson said the last screening for Biden prior to Friday came in 2014 and that he had never been diagnosed with the disease. Biden was diagnosed with an aggressive stage 4 prostate cancer over the weekend that has spread to the bone. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Some sponsor because they want to reach a particular set of fans and pullers. Others have a tractor, truck, or modified in the fight for a championship. Whatever the reason, NTPA divisional sponsors are making a name for themselves in 2025. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. In this report, we showcase the sponsorships of a slightly narrower focus, namely those companies who have poured their resources into the support of a specific facet of NTPA championship pulling. But first, a reminder for competitors who intend to participate in Grand National classes this season. Once again, entry for Grand National level classes will be conducted entirely online. Registration for all open entry classes this season is now open at ntpa.tracksideapp.com. and you should log in with the same username and password that you did when completing your membership applications. Entry for free entry and paid Galaxy Tour competitors will be automatically conducted by the NTPA office. For all others, entry for each GN class will close on the preceding Monday at noon. That means we're less than 2 weeks away from the close of entry for Hutchinson, Minnesota on Monday, June 2nd. Contact the office at 614-436-1761 for more information. Newfields Ag sponsors the Grand National Superstock Diesel Tractor Division. Headquartered in Grand Mound, Iowa, Newfields Ag provides liquid biologicals, liquid and dry seed treatments, planter box lubricants, and biologicals and other crop inputs. For more information about Newfields Ag, visit newfieldsag.com. High Torque IMI Performance Products Incorporated sponsors the Grand National Superfarm Tractor Division. Headquartered in Whittier, California, High Torque manufactures the highest quality gear reduction starter motors on the market today. For more information about High Torque, visit hightorque.com. Yoder Popcorn sponsors the Grand National Pro Stock Tractor Division. Fine products and friendly service are provided by Sharon Yoder, her husband Richard, and their youngest son Russ and his wife Elise. The Yoders farm 2,000 acres, and Russ competes on the GN circuit with the Extra Butter Minneapolis Moline Pro Stock. For more information about Yoder Popcorn, visit yoderpopcorn.com. Dr. Preload sponsors the Grand National Super Semi Truck Division. Headquartered in Fonda, New York, Dr. Preload is a product of Temperaxle, a leader in specializing bearing adjustment solutions for over 40 years. For more information about Dr. Preload, visit drpreload.com. CM Pulling Tires sponsors the Grand National Modified Mini Division. Headquartered in Reynolds, Indiana, CM Pulling Tires opened in 2015 with a mission of producing winners and providing good service at reasonable rates. In addition to the Mayhill-owned Giant Puller tire, brands offered for sale include Firestone, Mitas, Parks, and Pro Puller. For more information about CM Pulling Tires, visit the CM Pulling Tires Facebook page. GMS Manufacturing and Machines sponsors the Grand National Light Modified Division. Headquartered in Butler County, Ohio, GMS produces hundreds of parts for competitive tractor pulling teams around the world. For more information about GMS Manufacturing and Machine, visit gms-parts.com. S&S Diesel Motorsport sponsors the Regional National Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 Truck Division. Headquartered in Seymour, Indiana, S&S Diesel Motorsport creates innovative products for top-level competition and California Air Resource Board compliant street use. For more information about S&S Diesel Motorsport, visit ssdiesel.com or call 812-521-0123. Next week, we'll give the final collection of national sponsors their due. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All righty, got an email from Wheelchair Dave. It's been a while since we've heard from Dave, and I guess he's dealing with some health issues. And this morning he says, I'm still in the hospital. But he said, my picks for the Indy 500 are Sato, Newgarden, and whatever the last one was didn't come through. Anyway, he said, Steve, I hope all the truck drivers are safe this Memorial Day weekend. Are you opening your pool? No, that's not really in the plans. I don't know. At some point, I got to get the cover off, but not with these temperatures. Yeah, let's see. Maybe one night you could pull out on your desk your Miller Lite car. All right, good to hear from you, Dave. I've been kind of missing you. Yeah, Horse Feathers earlier had mentioned, he kind of shared a bit of the story from our old pal Lobster, who's more of a daytime driver, right? He's the solar-powered guy. He doesn't get to dial us up much. Every once in a while, you might hear from him, but he shared a post this past day, which is another key example of what's going on with the English proficiency problem in this industry. He says, the reality of today. I encountered an imminent hazard today on I-80 eastbound, exit 224 in Pennsylvania. A truck driver pulled off onto the exit ramp and with a fire on his right rear trailer axle. When I approached him, he was under the trailer attempting to extinguish the fire with a couple of 16-ounce water bottles, which were useless as the heat blew out the grease seal and the grease was actually burning. My employer specs our trucks to have a 10-pound fire extinguisher, over the 2.5-pound extinguishers that are required by the DOT. But as I was calling 911, I took my extinguisher out and was able to put the fire out. There were no hazmat placards displayed, so momentarily I had a little fear of a bigger problem. But here is the hazard to the general public. He had no idea what he had on the trailer. He had no idea what a BOL, a bill of lading, was that ultimately described the cargo as shampoo. I had to go into his truck and find it. As I did, I removed the key. He didn't even know he had a required fire extinguisher and emergency warning devices, the triangles. He had no idea how to properly deploy. Even with the instructions that are embossed on the plastic storage box that they're in, either way, after the fire was out, firefighters arriving, the driver grabs a toolbox and he's in the process of backing the slack adjuster off so he could head on down the road. Firefighters cooled everything off, and then Pennsylvania State Police arrived. I gave a brief description of the situation, handed over the guy's keys and bill of lading, and the trooper took over. But the biggest issue was his inability to, in any form or fashion, reasonably communicate in English. Exit 224 off I-80 is a direct exit to Geisinger Medical Center, a level 1 trauma center. His actions obstructed the exit and potentially put people at risk of going to the hospital in an emergency. I didn't take the time, nor was I required, to verify the license, the immigration status, or anything else. I'll probably never know. But the inability of this driver to communicate or have any knowledge of the basic skills endangered the people of Pennsylvania. So you got a guy out there in a truck who doesn't even know he's got a damn fire extinguisher in the truck? Doesn't know? And I guess if he did have an emergency, non-fire related, and had to pull over for whatever reason, he's not going to put the triangles out because he didn't even know he had them. How does an individual how does he actually even have a CDL license? Wow. Well, it's a casual Friday. Hello, Charlie.
Good morning, Steve and fellow listeners. Yes, this is the unofficial Charlie Ferguson impersonator of the Overnight Drive. The man who aspires to one day be considered the Rich Little of the Overnight Drive. Well, Steve, I take a little offense to Horse Feathers malarkey there, that it sounded like the Horse Feathers impersonator doing whatever, the Charlie Ferguson. Well, you never know about Horse Feathers. He comes up with some crazy stuff, like that hump day crap. Well, I think I showed him. Cracked him over the head with my big gun like Yosemite Sam. All right, now this week's Points to Ponder. Now I want you to think about this. Why do they call it a hamburger? It's not made out of ham. It should be called a beef burger. Where's the ham in the hamburger? I know I've seen a slice of ham on a hamburger, but the hamburger is something totally different. Am I right or wrong? Yes, I am right.
You are correct.
All right. Now, just so everybody knows, even though it's Casual Friday, I am not driving naked. I do have my GMA BS Enterprises Mankini on. So, ladies, if you're going up 81, you may want to feast your eyes on me. I'm here a little bit north of Roanoke. All right. Now, I want everybody to make sure to place their bets on the Wienermobile 500. Yes, we have had a odds-on favorite. The South Chili Dog car is a 1-2 bet. That's right. You give us $2, we'll give you $1 in return if you win, and so on and so forth. guaranteed somebody is going to win some money. And it sounds like it's going to be Gilligan.
That's correct.
Yeah. Well, you know, Steve, I tell you what, the right wingnut showed up here last night. He's already passed out. We got about 5 cases of cough medicine we're going to finish off for this party we're going to have all weekend. Yeah, are you going to make it over here to the party or what? We kind of hope you do. I mean, we got a few people here. Braindead showed up a little while ago. I don't know. I don't know what he's sniffing. I seen some bottle glue or something over there a little bit ago. So, you know, this might get a little crazy. Well, I'm going to back on out of here, and I hope everybody has a safe Memorial Day weekend. And always remember, folks, Memorial Day is about those that gave the ultimate sacrifice to defend our freedom. It's not for the veterans like myself and Knucklebuster and Captain Ron. And, well, Heatwave is Air Force, but that's kind of a veteran. You know, he don't eat crayons. But, you know, it's the men and women who gave it all. Just remember, all gave some, but some gave all. I hope everybody has a safe and happy Memorial Day weekend. See you next week.
The unofficial, Charlie Farquharson impersonator. All right, so who's raising prices, who's not? Amazon said they're not. Earlier this week, we got the word, the earnings reports, Home Depot, Lowe's, all saying that they don't see that they're going to have to increase prices. Amazon CEOs revealing that the company has not seen any changes in average selling prices or consumer spending habits based on Trump's tariff policy. Amazon's annual shareholder meeting serves as another nail in the coffin for all these warnings of economic doom spouted by the hysterical Trump haters. TechSpot reports that in a recent question and answer session at Amazon's annual shareholder meeting, CEO Andy Jassy addressed growing concerns over how these tariffs on Chinese imports could affect the e-commerce giant's business. Jassy stated that in contrast to warnings from retailers like Walmart and Target about imminent price hikes, Amazon has neither experienced notable increases in average selling prices nor observed any decline in consumer demand. We have not seen any attenuation of demand at this point. We also haven't seen any meaningful average selling price increases. Now, the CEO acknowledged that while some individual sellers on the platform, particularly Chinese companies, have raised prices in direct response to the tariffs, others have chosen to maintain their current pricing. Now, he emphasized that these changes have balanced out, resulting in stable overall average prices and consistent consumer spending. So Amazon's confirmation that prices have not increased and demand has not fallen is just further evidence. When we reported Breitbart News, economic editor John Carney tried to tell us tarifflation has not happened. Some called it tarifflation, some called it tariffmageddon. Armageddon. Meanwhile, there have been, I guess, some rumors and rumblings of the U.S. maybe withdrawing some forces from South Korea. South Korea's defense ministry said this past day, actually earlier today, it's Friday there, that Washington had not discussed anything about withdrawal of some troops stationed in the country. That comment in response to a Wall Street Journal report that said the U.S. was considering pulling roughly 4,500 troops from South Korea. One option being considered was to relocate some of the troops to other locations in the Indo-Pacific region, including Guam, according to the report, citing unnamed military officials. There are currently some 28,500 U.S. troops stationed in South Korea. South Korea would continue cooperation with the U.S. to maintain a strong combined defense posture in order to deter North Korea, according to Seoul's defense minister. Seoul and Washington agreed to a 5-year plan on defense cost sharing last year, but President Trump has signaled that the cost of the U.S. military presence could be up for discussion in some of the ongoing trade negotiations with Seoul. It's costing us a lot of money to have 28,000 troops there. All right, the Asian country is going to be holding a snap presidential election come June 3rd, just days away, to elect a new leader following months of political turmoil that have left a power vacuum as South Korea seeks to negotiate to remove U.S. tariffs on what is an export-reliant economy there. All right. Knucklebuster, hey, you get the final word.
Thanks for having me back, Mr. Steve Summers there. Appreciate that. Well, I was on taking advantage of that tariff. My son-in-law looked up some brake pads on a Wednesday, and when he went down there on Saturday to buy them, they were $20 higher, and he asked them why, and they said, oh, the tariff was the problem, right? You never know. I don't know. Well, anyway, the truth will set you free, Steve. And Jesus said he was the truth. Don't forget this weekend to pay homage to the one who gave us a greater freedom than any freedom that we'll ever experience in this country there. So I'll give a simplified shout out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and all my fellow Marines, guys or women there. Y'all buy some Seville products this weekend, buy some Hot Shot Secret products this weekend, and get some Steve Summers Overnight Drive products this weekend too. And you'll be able to call Steve next Tuesday at 844-844-3388. Steve, you know what comes up after Memorial Day?
What's next?
The thong bikini season wear. And make sure you girls get out there and get y'all some of them good thong bikinis there, because Steve and I are going to sit back in the recliner with a Skullbuster beer in the hand, pair of sunshades on, checking out your new bikini there. And Steve, I got a whole trailer load of Skullbusters on tonight. So if you want any, you're going to have to come down to Memphis to get them, because I'm not going to go up to Cincinnati. Hey, can I call you after the show?
Absolutely.
All right, yeah, I'll give you a little time to get everything wound up. I'm going to give you an update on Tennessee. So,
okay.
All right, thanks, sir. Have a great blessed day.
Do the same. Have a good weekend. There you go.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
A couple of final tidbits here this Friday morning. President Trump had signed that executive order, about a week ago, in regards to drug prices. And he says drug prices will drop in a matter of weeks. That order called on the Department of Health and Human Services, led by RFK Jr., to broker lower drug prices. If a deal is not reached, a new rule will kick in that will tie the price of what the United States pays for medications to the lower prices paid by other countries. We're now going to get a reduction in cost of up to 89% in some cases, but 50% would probably be a bad number. It's going to be a massive number, he says. It's going to be incredible for Medicaid, incredible for all forms of health care. Medicare is going to be a huge impact. So big that nobody can calculate it. So you can have, within a period of weeks, drug costs that drop like a rock. Of course, the nation's pharmaceutical lobby, they've been really jumping up and down, screaming at the rooftops about this executive order. Calling it a bad deal for Americans. They've long argued that any threats to their profits could adversely affect the research they do to develop new drugs. Importing foreign prices will ultimately cut billions of dollars from Medicare with no guarantee that it helps patients or improves their access to medicines. That's the pharmaceutical side of the argument. All right. Trump actually vowed to fire Kennedy and Dr. Mehmet Oz, administrator of the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, if prices don't come down. So he made the pledge, you better get the deal done. Their feet are on the fire. With that, have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. Be safe out there, and yes, I will also enjoy the day off and be back with you Monday night into Tuesday morning.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I